running really down now. 1 for the quartets, and then number 9, How Does It Taste? Not disgraced behind Battle of Trafalgar. But you can't take them all. So we're going 4, 10, 3, and 8. Currently on the tote, the favourite is number 3, Epic Dream, at 330, 160. Right behind there is 340, 140, Ispan. The 8, Big Blue Marble, also 440, 220, all three of those very close. And then you have to go all the way out to 12 rand 50, 2 rand 60, about number 2, Sing for Nico. Race number 7, 94 handicap, 1,000 meters. Marco van Rensburg seems to be okay. That's good news. It really is getting chilly out here. I'm going to get you up to Nico Gutierrez for the penultimate race on the card.
Runners at the start for race 7, judging by the temperature drops. You don't want to be a trainer at the Vaal here tomorrow morning early. Tell you what, there's a negative temperatures coming here overnight. So good luck to the local training establishment here at the Vaal for early morning training tomorrow. Rather you guys than me. Runners about to start loading up at the 1,000 meter mark. Handlers up to Sing for Nico. Impressive Duchess. Silver Masters coming in. Life is Good. Rider of Illa de Varlet is standing in the gates, obviously waiting for that to load as Grease Paint goes up. Epic Dream. How Does It Taste? Big Blue Marble. Ispan. Epic Dream still to come in. How Does It Taste? Right of Big Blue Marble waits in the gates too. And Epic Dream. How Does It Taste going in? Ella de Varlet. Epic Dream. Big Blue Marble. Ella de Varlet's in. Big Blue Marble coming up. Rider gets on there, set, 1,000 meters. Ready, and away they're going. Big Blue Marble made a hash of the start over there. Didn't get away well. Don't know if it was altogether ready, though. Out in front, How Does It Taste? An Impressive Duchess. They cut out the early pace with Sing for Nico. The green colours on the left-hand side. They've gone away a few lengths here from Ispan, who races in behind those. Then Illa de Varlet. Racing behind those is Grease Paint. Further back in the field comes Epic Dream, Big Blue Marble, Silver Master, and Life is Good has been pulled out of the contest now. Halfway through, Sing for Nico led from Impressive Duchess. Ispan has only got a length to find. Then How Does It Taste? Further back to Epic Dream, is starting to mount a challenge on the outside. Then came Big Blue Marble behind those. Heading down inside the final 200 metres. Ispan picked up the lead here. It's Ispan in front. Sing for Nico's down the outside. Then came Epic Dream. But Ispan goes strongly, and Ispan's going to go on and win it. Ispan went on to score. Second placing was Epic Dream. Third, I think, was Grease Paint, Impressive Duchess, and down the inside, Sing for Nico. Ispan has got to the front under apprentice Cole Dickon. Epic Dream, Impressive Duchess. Look at Grease Paint doing its best work late. Sing for Nico stops badly the last 200 down the inside, and it goes to Ispan, the old man, at the ripe old age of 8 years old. Son of Tiger Ridge goes on to score by just under 2 lengths. Epic Dream second. Grease Paint and Impressive Duchess. It'll in fact go to Impressive Duchess, who stayed on for third. So Impressive Duchess has just got third ahead of Grease Paint. Behind that was Sing for Nico, and then How Does It Taste? Just also want to go back to the start of this race, if we can, to my producer, then just have a look at what happened to Big Blue Marble. Sing for Nico's 2 off the left, had the call here, but tackled by Ispan. And here comes Ispan and Epic Dream to chase home Impressive Duchess. And Grease Paint's come from the back end of the field. But number 4, Ispan for Roy Magna, and Stephen Lee has won race number 7. And this will be a 10th career win from 83 efforts. Here's the start. It's gate 4 you're wanting to look at for Big Blue Marble. It's gate number 4. Did go in last of all, and yeah, wasn't quite ready over there, and obviously jumped very, very slow. Wasn't well away at all. Big Blue Marble, so ignore that run today. The winner is number 4, Ispan, and well done to Cole Dickon, who's been partnering him the last few efforts. He's got his winner aboard him today, and well done to Roy Magna. It's keeping him ticking. Son of Tiger Ridge, bred at Maritzfontein. Please note, there's a race review to the start of race 7, race review to the start of race 7.
Ballymalan making her way onto the track as well. Red with the white seams, white sleeves, red spots, red cap, and white star. Robert Dunn is aboard Ballymalan. Just waiting for Ballymalan to join them, then all 12 will be down at the start. down to start, and the starter is now on the rostrum. All facing in the right direction. They're going to be coming forward very shortly here. Flag up. Horses just bypassing that hurdle prior to the start. Flag is down, tape is back. They're off and racing for the signsolutions.org office and interior branding mares novices hurdle. 2.5 miles, 11 flights to jump. And Fortuna in the maroon and yellow, one of the first to show, along with Fleur de Soy. Break the Rules is in the orange. Alana, the sheepskin noseband, the dark blue, is also prominent as they make their way down towards the first. Then the green cap of Liffey-Dale Dreamer as they take this first flight of hurdles. McAtee towards the rear at the moment. Bad mistake there, or an error by Mr. Cuddles at the rear of the field, and she's already just getting nudged along. So 2 circuits in front of them here, and it's Fleur de Soy that leads to Alana, the dark blue, in second, followed then in third by Fortuna. They're then followed by the orange of Break the Rules. Then on the outside, the dark blue and grey of Jessica Rabbit. Then Miss Flying Fox, the yellow and purple, followed by Liffey-Dale Dreamer. Then they're followed by Golden Emblem in the black colours. Then McAtee up the inside of Bellatrix Lestrange. Ballymilan is last but one, the sheepskin noseband. They're similar colours to the horse in last position. They're Mr. Cuddles, but no sheepskin noseband for her as they make their way down the far side. 3 flights of hurdles to jump on this part of the track. And it's the white face of Fleur de Soy, who's just about the leader here. Fleur de Soy pops over it okay to, in second position, Alana. Then Fortuna racing in third. The orange of Break the Rules, followed then out wider by Jessica Rabbit as they come to the next. Then Miss Flying Fox, followed by Golden Emblem. Liffey-Dale Dreamer, a little bit slow over that as they make their way down towards quickly the next flight of hurdles. And it's Fleur de Soy out in front, pops over it nicely to Fortuna in second, then Break the Rules in third. Jessica Rabbit towards the outside there in the dark blue and grey. Alana, the sheepskin noseband, in fifth, then Miss Flying Fox, followed then by Golden Emblem in the black and green colours, then the black cap of Bellatrix Lestrange, then the green cap of Liffey-Dale Dreamer. They're then followed by McAtee in the dark blue and pink colours. Still towards the rear of the field, Ballymilan and Mr. Cuddles is the back marker. So they make the turn out of the back straight, and they'll be heading into the home stretch very shortly, still with well over a circuit to go. And it's Fleur de Soy that's out in front to, in second position, Fortuna. Alana up the inside rail, then Break the Rules in fourth position. Jessica Rabbit rather wide around all the turns so far as they make their way down to the next. Then the purple and yellow of Miss Flying Fox not too far away. Coming towards this flight of hurdles now, leading group all over safely. Mr. Cuddle still at the back of the field, and Ballymilan is still towards the what'll be the last in a circuit's time. And it's Fleur de Soy that leads to Jessica Rabbit. She now moves into second position. Then Alana in third, followed by Fortuna, and then Break the Rules, who's racing in fifth as they take that one. They're then followed by Liffey-Dale Dreamer. Miss Flying Fox was a little bit awkward over it. Then Golden Emblem, another sheepskin noseband for that one, the black and green colours. McAtee, pretty patient ride at the moment from Liam Hurd. They're then followed by Bellatrix Lestrange. They're then followed in last but one position by Ballymilan, and Mr. Cuddles is still at the back of the field. So they make their way around the bottom 2 turns. One more circuit of the track left to get round. And still in front is Fleur de Soy by a length and a half or so, although Jessica Rabbit getting a bit closer. She's done quite a bit of work to get there, mind. Those two nicely on from Alana, and then Fortuna, followed by Break the Rules as they come down to the first of the far side. Little to choose between Fleur de Soy and Jessica Rabbit. Jessica Rabbit jumped that better than Fleur de Soy. They're then followed by Alana and then Fortuna. Then Golden Emblem gets a little bit closer. One that's lost a position or two is Break the Rules. Middle one down the far side. And a nice jump again from Jessica Rabbit. And she goes on now by a length or so to, in second, Fleur de Soy. Still well on from Break the Rules and Fortuna. Then Alana up the inside rail. Bellatrix Lestrange is getting a little bit closer now. The black cap, the dark and red colours. Rather wide out on the track there was Golden Golden Emblem jumping that one. Still towards the rear of the field, Ballymilan, and also towards the back, Miss the Cuddles. Down then towards the turn out of the back straight. Still a bit of running to do. Only 2 more flights of hurdles to get over, though. And it's Jessica Rabbit that leads by about a length. 2 on the inside. Fleur de Soy, who's been in the vanguard throughout. Still a big gap here to throughout. Still in third. Now making nice headway is McAtee from the back of the field. Bit of work to do here as they begin to make the swing for home. And it's Jessica Rabbit that leads. To Fleur de Soy in second. Then Break the Rules. McAtee's received a patient ride. Is getting into it, but could do with finding a few lengths relatively quickly. They're making the turn for home now. And it's Jessica Rabbit that's out in front. Fleur de Soy is trying to box on the big white face over on the far side. Then Break the Rules. Liffey-Dale Dreamer getting a little bit closer. McAtee still with work to do. They've popped over the second last now. There's 1 more flight of hurdles left to get over and just about a furlong and a half still to run. Here now comes Break the Rules. Jessica Rabbit too much too soon. And Liffey-Dale Dreamer, the green cap, is staying on really strongly. McAtee trying hard to get involved. Down towards the final flight they come. Break the Rules. Liffey-Dale Dreamer, these two at it now. Break the Rules. A big leap. Got over by about a length to Liffey-Dale Dreamer. And there's a race well inside the final half furlong. Break the Rules has got enough in hand, I reckon. And she goes on to win. Break the Rules the winner. Liffey-Dale Dreamer was second. McAtee was third. Fleur de Soy finished in fourth.
So runners about to enter the back straight, make their journey down towards the start. You're taking Mick in the noseband, purple colours, Ridgeway, pale blue sleeves, and the two market leaders, Aquascape in the orange and Tenfold in the white black. So just the four runners for the handlers to load into the stalls here. Kieran Fallon just putting his goggles down on Tenfold, who is first of the quartet to move in. So Tenfold we followed in by the grey Ridgeway. Hipica Mick is next, and that will just leave us with one. And that will be Aquascape. Four runners then. All in. And they're off. Aquascape jumps best, but is immediately joined by Ridgeway, and Tenfold moves up on the inside as well, and Hipica Mick being pushed up on the outer. So it's Ridgeway who settles down in the lead. Hipica Mick is challenging the winner on the outside, or challenging the leader on the outside. He'll be the winner. And racing in third place is Tenfold, and then in fourth is Aquascape as they race through the first couple of furlongs. Hipica Mick it is, who's out in front. Ridgeway in second. Tenfold in the white jacket in third, on the inside of Aquascape as they've completed the first quarter mile. Hipica Mick, the outsider, in the purple and yellow colours, just ahead of the grey Ridgeway. The two market leaders are a couple of lengths further back, and actually that gap's just widening as Ridgeway is allowed to stride on. Hipica Mick in second. There's now 3 to 4 lengths back to Tenfold and Aquascape, although they begin to close as the runners prepare shortly to turn out of the back straight. Leading that turn will be Ridgeway, who leads from Hipica Mick in second, Tenfold in the white jacket third, and Aquascape in the orange. Last two are now far more close grouped as they prepare to leave back straight. So Ridgeway it is who leads. Hipica Mick on the outside and move through on the inner. Tenfold going to get a really nice run there for Kieran Fallon at the moment at least. Then in fourth place is Aquascape, as out in front Ridgeway continues to lead. Deciding not to press up the inner, Tenfold just continues to track the leader. Hipica Mick is now just drifting back in the field. Aquascape just given a slight hurry up at the back of the pack as Ridgeway out in front, leading by a couple of lengths from Tenfold in second place. In third then is Aquascape just getting balanced, and now on the front two. Ridgeway just a little bit getting awkward out the gallop to his credit from Tenfold in second place. Racing in third, Aquascape, who's gradually being produced on the outside. So out in front, Ridgeway facing a challenge with Aquascape. Tenfold is labouring slightly as they make their way now up inside the final furlong and a half, and Ridgeway continues to gallop on, and Aquascape is the latest one to be in trouble, and Ridgeway is powering on here. Ridgeway's gone 3 lengths clear from in second place Aquascape. Tenfold's rider checks his mirrors, he's clear in third, but Ridgeway is going to get off the mark at the second time of asking. The grey for Eve Johnson-Horton and Charlie Bishop. Ridgeway galloped them into the ground, beat Aquascape, Tenfold was third, and in fourth was You're Taking Mick.
Also dropping in class here and can go close in the last two. There was a good second behind Galactic Warrior, and I was waiting for that form line of Big Blue Marble in the last, but Big Blue Marble had no sort of a race with that slow start. But a good 2 1/4 lengths behind on that occasion was Gelder 2 runs back. He's had 2 good runs, and he did look well, did number 7. He will be that third selection. For the fourth selection, I'm going with number 1, Ice Eater. Cole Dickon for Chris Jonker, running well at the moment. Third run after rest, the minus 2.5 kilograms really will be helpful here and should be there and thereabouts as well. Like I say, run some decent races of late, has placed 5 times on his 8 tries over this course. Jackpot Quick Mix 2, that starts off here in the final race out at the Val, and there's the daily tipping sheet and 120 Rand to spend on that Quick Mix. Now, there are quite a few spooks that could be found here in the race, so we have to be careful here. If you're taking a quartet, and these quartets are always good in the final race, don't leave out horses like number 13. Which is currently at 12.50 and 2.20. Touch of Fate, Clinton Binder, Calvin Abib, Merit Rating also dropping. Third run after arrest. And if you look at a run on the Captain Hindsight run, you can't ignore a horse like this, so that has to go in. What about a horse like number 3, Informative? Now, his merit rating, all the way down to 83. He could be capable of improvement here. He's dropping down in class. He's been running against stronger. And if you go back to some of his earlier form, run to some really good sorts here. Tripod, Donavia, Cordillera, Mythical Bolt. Watch out for this horse. I think he's 41 to 1 or so. So don't leave him out of your quartets. As I mentioned, number 13 and also number 2, Donny G. 3 runs back. He ran a good second to Battle of Trafalgar, and Pelisani he takes the 4 kilograms off his back here, and the blinkers are put back on. So just watch out for 1 or 2 of these roughies running into the quartet. But the numbers are going to be 4, 5, 7, and 1. Don't leave out the 3, the 13, and the 2. I think that's pretty much how we'll play this final ratio. Where's that quartet? 110,000 Rand. We're going to see just how good number 4 Pacific Winter is out here in the final race. And yeah, just due now. So I'll get you up to Nico. Good calling with you again, or we're working with you again, Nico. I'm sure you'll be quite cold up there in that little commentary box, and hope you call them home rather quickly, because the jockey's telling me they're also getting rather chilly out here on this Tuesday afternoon. 0 minutes on the clock, race 8 out here at the Val.
Thanks, Lyle. The runners and riders are at the start. Starting stalls just being moved into position now, and they should be loading up in a couple of minutes for our final race on the Val Classic track today. Just a reminder, we're at the Turfentine track on Thursday, and that's our next midweek meeting. So temperatures dropping significantly here at the Val as the cold front hits this part of the world. Negative temperatures here due tonight, and it is almost race time. You've got about a minute or so to bet. Race time and the field are moving up. King's Road is coming forward with Garden Party. Precious Stones walking up. Certifiable, the red cap. Pacific Winter going in. Ice Eater. Pearl of Siberia going in. Holy Man. Captain's Fort. Touch of Fate stands off them with Donny G. Captain's Fort's going in. Touch of Fate, Pillar of the Earth. Donny G, almost set. Just about ready, 1,000 meters to sprint, and away they go from that 1,000-meter marker. Pacific Winter was a little bit slow to get going towards the outside. Donny G was quickly away down the center. King's Road, Pearl of Siberia shows speed, and on the outside, Captain's Fort, Ice Eater, Garden Party's right there. Precious Stone a few lengths off them. Then Touch of Fate, Pillar of the Earth is also in contention. Pacific Winter, 4-5 lengths to track down. Then came Certifiable. In behind that, Holy Man and Star Flash. Entering the last 500, Garden Party up on the outside. Pearl of Siberia, Donny G, then King's Road. Behind that, Captain's Fort, then Pillar of the Earth. Down the inside is Informative, and then came Precious Stone, Garden Party. Pillar of the Earth launches a big danger now. Then came Captain's Fort. Informative is down the inside. It's Garden Party and Pillar of the Earth to fight it out. Garden Party, Pillar of the Earth. These are the two. Garden Party and Pillar of the Earth. There's nothing in it. Pillar of the Earth is getting up close to him. Pillar of the Earth beat Garden Party, Ice Eater. Then came Touch of Fate, and behind that, Captain's Fort. Great protracted battle here between Garden Party and Pillar of the Earth. There was little to choose between them. Garden Party, the 2-year-old, and Colin Govindaswamy's colours had the advantage with 100 metres to go. Pillar of the Earth would not throw in the towel for Raymond Danielson and Roy Magner, and Pillar of the Earth just finds a little bit more where it's needed now into the last 50 metres, and Pillar of the Earth will pick up a 4th career win from 40 starts. Second will go to Garden Party. Third to Ice Eater. Touch of Fate was 4th. Behind that was Captain's Fort. Further back in the field, Holy Man, then came Certifiable, and as I mentioned in the call, Pacific Winter did not get a good start, and from there on he was always on the back foot and just didn't progress enough during the race. Here's a look at the head-on replay. Well, it's Garden Party strolling along pretty nicely on the outside, the 2-year-old son of soft falling rain for our good friend Colin Govindaswamy, but it's Kevin Soul's colours to the fore here. It's going to be Pillar of the Earth, the son of King's Chapel, to give Roy Magner the double to end off the meeting. He won earlier on with Ispan, and he's won here with Pillar of the Earth. Raymond Danielson wins it. Blinkers on today, beats home Garden Party. Ice Eater third. Fourth will be Touch of Fate, and then behind that was Captain's Fort. That wraps up our Vaal racing on this Tuesday. There's Turffontein racing on Thursday, and I look forward to speaking to you sometime on the weekend. From the commentary box at the Vaal, a chilly commentary box, back to the studio.
Well, here's number 5, Pillar of the Earth, who comes through and wins. Raymond Danielson for Roy Magner. Nice double on the card for them. Blinkers on, Merit running the right spot, and he's done it. Beats number 12, Garden Party. Paul Peter back in second. Third, the 1, the consistent Ice Eater. And back in fourth, number 13, Touch of Fate. 5, 12, 1 and 13. That's how they run here in the final race this afternoon.
And returning to the winners' enclosure for the final event is number 5, Pillar of the Earth. Well done to winning rider Ray Danielson. Trainers Roy Magny scored the double in the last 2 races, training both Ispan and Pillar of the Earth. This the colours of Kevin Soul, winning owner, bred by Mr. Peter Choice, a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by King's Chapel. He's out of the Z-Rich mare, Rich Rain. Pillar of the Earth has run 40 times for 4 wins and 22 places. Wins by a neck from number 12, Garden Party in second. Third was number 1, Ice Eater. Fourth to number 13, Touch of Fate. And fifth was number 6, Captain's Fort. 5, 12, 1, 13 and 6, the result of race number 8. Thanks for joining us.
First out, Incredible Dream in the white with the black stars, Diablo on sleeves. White cap, black star, Joshua Moore is aboard. Following down, we have horse number 7, Metatron's Cube. Slight variation on the colours in the racing post. Green and yellow diamonds across the whole body. Green sleeves, yellow armlets, green cap, yellow diamonds. That's the mount of Jamie Bargery. Next to go down is Emily Webb in the dark blue with the pink star, the pink spots on sleeves, the dark blue cap and the pink stars, the mount of Harry Bannister. Then Collodi goes down in the green and purple quarters, purple sleeves, green armlets, quarter cap, Connor Brace riding that one. Then Glendoon going down in the blue with the beige star, Jack Quinlan rides. Followed down then by Court Dancer in the green with the green and white Diablo green cap, Adam Court Dancer. Then Lamar in the yellow with the black diamond, the chevrons on sleeves and the yellow cap, the mount of Paddy Brennan. Followed down then by Raving Bonkers in the purple with the beige diamonds on sleeves. It's the mount of Richard Johnson. Then Milford Lass goes down in the hands of Sam Twiston Davies, now green with the pink sleeves and white cap. That's Milford Lass. Then Scottsbrook Knight in the black with the green diamond, the green sleeves and the green cap. Scottsbrook Knight, the mount of Mark Goldstein. And just the last to go down there is Celtic Artisan in the red with the yellow star, the diamonds on sleeves, red cap, yellow diamonds. Let's take a check on the betting. This race is due off at 4 o'clock. Non-runner here is number 3. Glendon is the 11-4 favourite, 9-2 Emily Webb. Raving Bonkers is 9-2. Court Dancer 13-2. Scottsbrook Knight is a 17-2 chance. Collodi's 14-1. Celtic Artisan 14-1. Milford Lass is 16-1. Hazamar 25-1. Incredible Dream is 28-1. And Metatron's Cube is the outsider at 33-1. Race due off very shortly. Goggles coming down would be too much longer here. Starter on the rostrum. Thanks, Mike. Horses making their way towards the starting tape. Flags down, tape back. They're off and racing for the first of 3 divisions of the Thank You NHS from signsolutions.org handicap hurdle. We're over 2 miles here, 9 flights of hurdles in all to jump. Scotsbrook Knight got over the first in front. They were all safely over it. Court Dancer just landed a little bit steep at the back of the field, but no harm done as they make their way towards flight number 2. Scotsbrook Knight leads over it to, in second position, Glendon. They're then followed by Incredible Dream in the white and black. Collodi in the purple and green is in the front rank. Rather wide is Celtic Artisan. Then Metatron's Cube, slightly different colours to those in the Racing Post. Then Raving Bonkers up the inside in the purple. Followed then by Emily Webb in the dark blue and pink. And then up the inside is Court Dancer as they make the turn. They're then followed by Milford Lass, who hasn't run over hurdles for a long time, run the National Hunt Rules for a long time, and has a Mars at the rear of the field as they make their way around the bend and into the home straight. And the leader, as they come towards what will be the second last in a circuit's time, is Scotsbrook Knight. Scotsbrook Knight by about 3 lengths. To in second position, Glendon in the all light blue colours. Incredible Dream, a little bit slow and cumbersome over that one. They're then followed towards the outside by Raving Bonkers, then Metatron's Cube in the green and yellow colours, followed by Celtic Artisan, and then the sheepskin cheek pieces of Collodi. Followed by Court Dancer, sheepskin noseband for Court Dancer, the green colours as they come to this one. Scotsbrook Knight once again has jumped it well out in front, certainly kicking on, leading by about 3 or 4 lengths here to Glendon in second, then Incredible Dream, then the purple of Raving Bonkers, and then Metatron's Cube. They're then followed by Celtic Artisan, whose rider is just fiddling with attack there, Conor O'Farrell. They're then followed by Collodi and then Milford Lass, and then towards the rear of the field, Emily Webb and Hazard is the marker. So they make their way onto the far side of the track. There are 5 more flights of hurdles left to jump in this 2-mile contest, and it's Scotsbrook Knight that's out in front by about 3 lengths to Glendon, who's racing in second. Metatron's Cube is in third, followed by Incredible Dream, the white and black racing in 4th position. Then Celtic Artisan tries to get a little bit closer there in the red jacket round the outside. They're then followed by Raving Bonkers as they take that one. Then Court Dancer Dancer, followed by Collodi. Bit of a mistake there from Metatron's Cube. Then Emily Webb, followed by Milford Lass, and Hazamars at the rear of the field. Down towards the middle one, over on the far side. 4 from the finish. Scotsbrook Knight over in front, leads by about 3 lengths to Glendon. There was a mistake from Metatron's Cube there, who's going back through the field. Incredible Dream still not too far away. Court Dancer, the sheepskin noseband, now gets appreciably closer. Scotsbrook Knight made a bit of a hash of that. So coming back to the field now, this leader, Glendon in second, followed then by Incredible Dream. Court Dancer making good headway. Collodi is covered up for a run, then right up the inside, Raving Bonkers trying to get a little bit closer. Then Milford Lass and the rest as they swing out of the back straight for the final time. And it's Scotsbrook Knight back on an even keel now to Glendon in second. Incredible Dream being driven along. Then up the inside, Raving Bonkers. Collodi is in 5th position. Then right up the inside rail, Milford Lass as they begin to make the swing for home here now. Scotsbrook Knight, but they're ganging up on him in behind to in second position round the outside. Glendon here round the outer in the white and black colours is Incredible Dream. Raving Bonkers has got up the inside. Collodi still travels nicely. Then Milford Lass down towards the second last flight of hurdles they come. Glendon now comes just about to take over. Scotsbrook Knight again bungled it. Collodi's travelling really strongly now down the centre of the track. Takes things up in the green and purple colours and quickly on into a 1-length advantage to Glendon in second. Then Scotsbrook Knight and Incredible Dream. They've gone on from Court Dancer down towards the final flight. They come now just over a furlong left to go. And it's Collodi by 2 or 3 lengths. Surely just needs to jump this and jumps it really well. Glendon in second. Incredible Dream in third, but racing up towards the line. Collodi, another victory for this one. Up towards the wire and wins going away to Glendon in second. Followed then in third position by Incredible Dream. And in the end, just getting up for fourth as Court Dancer.
So runners arriving down at the start without number 5, Arthur Lot, leaves a field of 10 for our longest race of the day. Camouflaged is the odds-on 10 to 11 favourite here. Head of Lancelot is priced at 5 to 1. 5 to 1 as well, so far so good. 8 to 1 Deposit, 11 to 1 Herodotus, 18 to 1 for Call My Bluff, 33's So Special, 33's Salkeeve, 80 to 1 for Unbridled Light, and 125 to 1 for Paint It Black. So runners are at the start for our last due off at 10 past 4. 1 mile 6 furlongs is the trip. So runners heading into the starting stalls, and it's the favourite Camouflage who's first to go into stall number 9, to be followed in by Call My Bluff, who will be heading into stall 5. Painted Black moving in, inside berth in stall 1. Deposit about to go in as well in the hooped colours. Herodotus moves forward with Unbridled Light. So Lancelot, so far so good, and Sal Keeve amongst those that are yet to go in. Deposits loaded away. Unbridled Light goes in. We're left with 4. So Special is the first of that quartet. Lancelot, so far so good, and Sal Keeve. Three left to go forward here. Lancelot, the first of them. Sal Keeve. So far, so good. So far, so good's the last one then for this. Visit valuerator.co.uk for free handicap, mile 6. That's it. So all in for the last, and they leave the stalls for this. Visit valuerator.co.uk for free handicap. Bit of a rush for the lead over this 1 mile 6 furlong trip. Call My Bluff, and out wide a Lancelot just being pushed along to take a handy position. Lancelot in the red colours continuing to press on, and is going to move with Unbridled Light to the lead. Painted Black races in a share of 3rd place with Sal Keeve as they climb up the hill for the first time. Pace appears a brisk one. Camouflage racing in midfield, the grey on the outside of Call My Bluff. Few just shouting for room there as they approach the turn, with Deposit racing on the outside of Herodotus. So Special, and So Far So Good is the back marker. So they're now approaching the turn. Unbridled Light will lead round it from Lancelot in 2nd. Painted Black in red colours shows in 3rd place. Sal Keeve drifts back to share 4th with Call My Bluff. Camouflage races in 6th place, just ahead of Herodotus. Then Deposit, and a couple of lengths to So Far So Good, who's just in advance of So Special. Into the back straight. Lancelot on the outside of Unbridled Light. The pace has just steadied down now. Painted Black tracks them in 3rd place. In 4th is Sal Keeve in the green and beige. They're inside the final 10 furlongs. Call My Bluff is in 5th place, pale blue, ahead of the market leader Camouflage, who races in 6th, the grey, just ahead of Deposit, who's alongside Herodotus, a length and a half to So Far So Good, and So Special is right at the back of the field. So racing towards the 1 mile point, Lancelot on the outside of Unbridled Light, the two of them continuing to share the lead. Painted Black continues in 3rd, Sal Keeve is in 4th from Call My Bluff. Camouflage is in 6th place. One that's improving swiftly. Right up on the inside is So Far So Good. Made a bit of a move there under John Egan, who senses the pace steadied, saw a gap up the inside and swiftly picked off 2 or 3 of them. That means the back marker now is So Special, just preceded by Herodotus and Deposit. So into the bottom turn they head. Unbridled Light's shadow throughout has been Lancelot. Painted Black in 3rd, Sal Keeve in 4th. That move took So Far So Good into 5th place and has also ensured that Camouflage is 3 wide on the outside of Call My Bluff. 2 lengths to Deposit, half a length to Herodotus, and a further 2 to So Special. So round the crown of the bend and entering the final 5 furlongs. An Unbridled Light for Joey Haynes in the green. Lancelot outside the leader in 2nd place. Racing in 3rd is Painted Black. From in 4th place, Sal Keeve. Camouflage the grey, moving round the outside, is now into 5th. So Far So Good now is slightly pocketed as Deposit and Call My Bluff on the outside, and Herodotus is also making good ground, red with the green cap. Unbridled Light continues in company with Lancelot. Camouflage the grey now moves through with Sal Keeve, and it's all change up front as Camouflage moves through to head the long-time leaders. Deposit on the outside. Herodotus continues to stay on as they've still got 2 furlongs to travel. The grey camouflaged in the silver colours. Deposit in the hoops for Dylan Hogan in the green cap. Herodotus red with the green cap is behind these, and Deposit has moved through to head Camouflaged at the moment. Not too much between them as they climb uphill for the line, but it is Deposit who has the advantage. Camouflaged is about 3/4 of a length down, and Deposit, being kept up to the work, is going to thwart Camouflaged. Deposit it is who's home for Dylan Hogan. Camouflage was 2nd, Herodotus was 3rd, and close for 4th between So Far So Good and Call My Bluff.
So they're heading on down to the 5 furlong starting point for our first race. Miss Milby heads the betting and is odds on at 4 to 6, with at 5 to 1 Miss Fernanda. Annie Rose at 10s, the same price as Full of Sass. 14 to 1 Broughton's Peace, with a 22 to 1 Gangster Girl and Silent Queen. It's 33 to 1 Excello and Find a Penny along with Queen of Rio. And Lady Artila is the 100 to 1 outsider. So a full field of 11 to contest the first of our 9 races here at Ripon today. This is the Hutton Conyers Maiden Auction Filly Stakes, and post time of 4:25 is around about 5 minutes away. Runners to post for race 1. Runners and riders are now at the post. They're at the post. Full show of the betting market on the big screen. 8 to 13 now, Miss Milby. Miss Fernanda at 5 to 1. 10 to 1, Annie Rose. Same price as Full of Sass. 16's Broughton's Peace and 20 to 1 bar those. But 13 to 8 on Miss Milby, the market leader, as they begin to head behind. So the first to head forward is Find a Penny, slotting into stall 3. And on the straight course, the higher the horse is drawn, the closer they are to the stand side running rails. Miss Fernanda heads in under David Egan. Heads forward into stall 11, so she'll be hard up against the stand side running rails. Gangster Girl slots in. Excello about to head forward into stall 5. Just needing a little bit of encouragement from the stalls team. Miss Milby heading in. She'll be coming out of stall 2. Still a few out of line. Broughton's Piece, Lady Artila, Queen of Rio, Full of Sass, and Annie Rose. Annie Rose has gone forward. Blindfold about to be fitted to the head of Broughton's Piece. Broughton's Piece has gone forward. So 3 out of line. Lady Artila, Full of Sass, and Queen of Rio. Full of Sass slots in. And the last one will be Queen of Rio, who's due to head into stall 1. Last one heads in, lined up, and out they come. Off and running for the Hutton Conyers Maiden Auction Filly Stakes over 5 furlongs, and away well in these early stages. Lady Artila down towards the near side running rails, being tracked through by Miss Fernanda. The green jacket of Excello is also racing well to the fore, then Find a Penny, and over to the far side is Queen of Rio. In the mix as well is Silent Queen. They're being followed through by Full of Sass, who races together with Annie Rose. Well back in the field at the moment, Miss Milby is on the very far left in the yellow and white jacket. Broughton's Piece is another one towards the back of the field and outpaced Imria Gangster Girl. They head down towards the final 2 furlongs, and Miss Milby right over to the far side is now beginning to accelerate and is coming there together with Queen of Rio. More towards the near side is Silent Queen, and it's her who has her head in front, making the journey on inside the final furlong. Silent Queen with on the far side Queen of Rio trying hard to get on terms. They came a little close together. They're 3 lengths away from anything else. Into the final 50 yards they go. It's Silent Queen towards the near side of Queen of Rio. Queen of Rio getting there. Queen of Rio makes a winning debut to beat Silent Queen into second. Close for the Miners in behind. Find a Penny down the stand side of Miss Milby.
Starter on the rostrum. Still waiting for the flag to be raised. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, if you find the winner of this, you'll be nicely rewarded. Horses making their way towards the tape. The flag has been raised now. Jogging their way towards the tape. It's gone back now. The flags are down. They're off and racing for Division 2 of the Thank You NHS from signsolutions.org handicap hurdle, and making their way towards the first of the 9 flights. Our Mullion it is who leads to, in second position, Musical Stardust. Our Mullion just interfered there with Musical Stardust by jumping to his right. That wouldn't have helped matters. Sibalco in the orange jacket up the inside of the big white face of Bartholomew J as they take that one. Camlad Kingfisher, the two-tone blue up the inside. The red sleeves of Tipsin. Major Snugfit is taking a right old hold, the pink cap. Followed then by Grand Enterprise in the striped jacket. Finvara, the black colours. Followed then by Hurricane Hero. Then 60 Star, and It Can Be Done is at the rear of the field. Got a bit of a tearaway here, I reckon, in the shape of Our Mullion. Has gone 5 or 6 lengths clear in the hands of David Bass. Sibalco in second, not wanting a bar of that early speed as they begin to make the turn. They'll be heading into the home straight very shortly, and it's Our Mullion that leads to, in second position, Sibalco. Musical Stardust is in third, then Camlad Kingfisher and Bartholomew J. Then Tipsin and Finvara. Grand Enterprise, the striped jacket, turns a little bit wide. They're then followed up the inside by the light jacket there of Hurricane Hero. And after that, 60 Star, Major Snugfit, the pink cap, has just dropped back through the field. It Can Be Done is still at the back in the hands of Harry Skelton. So it's Our Mullion that leads here to Sibalco, who has now gone through to almost join. And these two are 7-8 lengths, possibly a little bit more ahead of the rest as they come towards what will be the last in a circuit's time. Our Mullion again just chinking out to the right ever so slightly. Sibalco was straighter over that flight of hurdles, and Sibalco just about coming through to lead Our Mullion. The rest content to sit where they are, though. In third position, we've got Musical Stardust, followed by Bartholomew J. Then Camlad Kingfisher and Tipsin. Then Finvara, the black jacket, followed by Grand Enterprise. There then followed the light blue jacket there by Hurricane Hero. Then Major Snugfit and 60 Star. And then right at the back of the field, and now just making a little bit of headway, It Can Be Done. So they make their way on the final circuit of the track here. 5 more flights of hurdles left to jump, and it's Sibalco that leads now by about half a length to Our Mullion, who's racing in second. Still about 8 lengths to the good over Musical Stardust in third. Then Bartholomew J racing in fourth as they come towards the first of the flight of hurdles down the far side. Sibalco jumped it well to Our Mullion in second. Then after that, Musical Stardust, followed then in fourth position by Bartholomew J. Then Camlad Kingfisher and Tipsin there, followed by Finvara, trying to get a bit closer as they take the middle one down the far side. They're then followed towards the outer by Grand Enterprise, then Hurricane Hero, Major Snugfits, and then 60 Star, and It Can Be Done. The third last flight of hurdles, final one down the far side. Sibalco the leader to Our Mullion, who's driven along now in second. Musical Stardust, the light coloured jacket, makes nice headway. Then Bartholomew J. Tipsin getting a little bit closer now, the green with the red sleeves. And then It Can Be Done. The grey horse is making pretty serene headway into the front rank now. Then Camlad Kingfisher, Hurricane Hero, Grand Enterprise, and the rest making the swing out of the back straight. Sibalco has been at or near the front for a large chunk of the contest. Musical Stardust in second, Bartholomew J in third. A lovely seam opening up the inside there for It Can Be Done, who's absolutely cruising in the hands of Harry Skelton at the moment. There then followed by Tipsin and Hurricane Hero. They're swinging for home. 2 more flights of hurdles left to jump. The pink jacket of Bartholomew J goes on. Sibalco in second, then Musical Stardust. It can be done, looking for a gap or two to appear. Down towards the penultimate flight they come. Bartholomew J, and it can be done. Bartholomew J just, but it can be done now, is making really good headway. Musical Stardust still on the premises, followed by Sibalco, who's fading. Then Hurricane Hero, long run between the second last and last. It can be done. Bartholomew J, though, the big white face, the far side, is battling back. These two now going on to Musical Stardust in third. Down towards the final flight. Bartholomew J, tough nut to crack, for it can be done. Final flight now. Bartholomew J, and it can be done. Neither jumped it very well. It can be done. Bartholomew J, though, is battling back the far side. Bartholomew J going on here to it can be done. And up towards the line. Bartholomew J has won it. It can be done was second. Then Hurricane Hero was third, and Sibalco finished in fourth.
you found the one, but I've known you for too long, and I know your smile isn't real, so you don't gotta pretend no more. I'm finally knocking at your door. So when the lights go down, I'll give you wings to fly. Don't let the moment slip away from us tonight. Yeah, I've seen you through your ups and downs. Been your friend when no one's around. Do you know what I'm...
Runners are at the post. Tillsworth Rose was dismounted on arrival down at the start by Raul da Silva. She's just been led around the back of the stalls as Tillsworth Rose, and all of the others still around the front. So Tillsworth Rose just been kept a little way away from the other runners at the moment. We're now 3 minutes away. Loading up underway. Tillsworth Rose has now gone forward into stall 1. Point of Woods heads into stall 5. Wildflower about to head into stall 7. Crossfire again proving a little bit uncooperative. The runners are heading forward one by one, but at the moment Crossfire is still around the front of the stalls and not budging. And off comes rider Jonathan Fisher. Looks like they're going to lead Crossfire behind the stalls. So it looks like they're going to try and load up Crossfire without Jonathan Fisher. Jonathan's up on the infrastructure of the starting stalls, and that's work to treat as Crossfire walks in. So we're down to the final few. Storm Lightning heading in, Kibar still out of line. Might be the last one. They're lined up. And they're off. Jumping away, Crossfire a little sluggish in getting going for the Red Bank handicap, but breaking out smartly down the near side. Kodiak Dancer also bang there as well is Wildflower, Storm Lightning, and in the green jacket Tilsworth Rose. They're being followed by Gorgeous Gobelina in the dark green sleeves and cap. That keeps company with Kibar. More over to the far side is Aghast in the black and red. Then comes Point of Woods ahead of the favourite Albadel Sol, and Crossfire is outpaced at the back of the field. Heading on down past halfway, the red headgear of Tilsworth Rose now showing narrowly ahead over Kodiak Dancer, with pushed along up in behind them Wildflower, then Storm Lightning, with over to the far side Aghast, and on the extreme left Albadel Sol is now attempting to get involved from a fair way back. Tilsworth Rose taking them on down to the final furlong with Albadel Sol on the attack. Wildflower up in between the pair as they race deep inside the final furlong, and Albadel Sol is having a good scrap here with Wildflower. They came a little close together. Wildflower this side of Albadel Sol. Wildflower and Albadel Sol. Oh, it's close. Wildflower and Albadel Sol, they go past together. Tilsworth Rose just up in behind them, followed through by Gorgeous Gobelina.
Started mounting the rostrum. Waiting for the flag to be raised. Runners taking another turn. Waiting for the flag to be raised. Flags are up. Stand by. Tapes back. The flags are down and they're off and racing for Division 3 of the Thank You NHS from signsolutions.org handicap hurdle. It's been a long day. Down towards the first they go. Percy Thrower is one of the leaders, so too Secret Berry and Lily Pad. They're the leading trio, followed then towards the outside by Scottsdale in the sheepskin noseband, similar colours there to Percy Thrower as they take the second of the 9 flights of hurdles. Then Bossany Bay and Jetstream. They're then followed by Memphis Belle, then Hypnose towards the rear of the field alongside Saint Brie Lady, and Golconda Prince is at the rear of a pretty well grouped up field as they make their way out of the back straight. Secret Berry, the pale jacket, out in front, leads to Scottsdale, who's racing in second. Then in third up the inside is Bossany Bay. They're then followed by Percy Thrower and Jetstream in the crossbelts. Then the dark jacket of Memphis Belle. Lily Pad is rather wide on the track as they begin to make the turn into the home straight. Then Hypnose and Saint Brie Lady and Golconda Prince, the black and blue colours, is at the back of the field. So as they level up into the home straight with just over a circuit to go here in this third division of the Thank You NHS handicap hurdle. And it's Scottsdale, just about the leader, although possibly out-jumped by Secret Berry. Towards the outside, Bossany Bay, the blue sleeves with the sheepskin noseband. Quite a few sheepskin nosebands in this race. Then the red headgear of Percy Thrower, who sits in fourth. They're then followed by Memphis Belle and Jetstream, the red sleeves, the outside. Then Lily Pad, followed then by the maroon of Hypnos, and then Saint Brie Lady and Golconda Prince is at the back of the field. This will be the final flight in a circuit's time, and Bossany Bay jumped her way to the front. Leads now by about a neck to Secret Berry, and then after that, Scottsdale, these three. Followed then by Percy Thrower, who's in fourth position. Then Memphis Belle and Jetstream, followed then by Lily Pad and Saint Brie Lady, and Hypnos and Golconda Prince is still at the rear of the field. So they head on towards the turn into the back straight, and Secret Berry has regained the lead here to, in second position, Scottsdale. Then up the inside, Bossany Bay, who briefly led, sort of jumped away to the front at the previous flight. They're then followed by Memphis Belle, who gets a little bit closer. Then Percy Thrower is just relegated a position. Then Jetstream and Lily Pad, followed by Saint Brie Lady, Hypnose and Golconda Prince is at the rear of the field. 3 flights of hurdles down the far side, 5 left to jump in all, and Secret Berry comes to this one in front of Bossany Bay in second. Scottsdale was a little bit cumbersome at that flight of hurdles. Moving into fourth and stealthily well is Memphis Belle. Then Percy Thrower, who's in fifth position. Then up the inside rail, the red sleeves there of Jetstream, followed by Lily Pad, who's going back through the field a little bit. Then Saint Brie Lady and Hypnos and Golconda Prince is at the rear of the field. There's one more flight of hurdles to take down the far side. It's 3 from the finish. Secret Berry and Bossany Bay, these two just about stride for stride. Then Scottsdale, Percy Thrower now just going back through the field a little bit. Memphis Belle is still travelling strongly. The dark jacket there with the sheepskin noseband. Jetstream, the white face, the red sleeves, gets a little bit nearer. Lily Pad is still within shouting distance. Saint Brie Lady tries to creep into it. Then Percy Thrower, Golconda Prince and Hypnos is now struggling at the rear, making the turn out of the back straight. 2 more flights of hurdles left to jump, but plenty of running to do. And it's Bossany Bay that leads in the hands of Henry Brooke to, in second position, the light blue jacket of Secret Berry. Round the outside, Scottsdale's been prominent throughout, now throwing down a challenge. Sneaking up the inside rail, Percy Thrower is, up the inside rail there. Jetstream is now getting into this. Then round the outside, Lily Pad as they swing for home. There are 2 more flights of hurdles left to jump. Bossany Bay, the far side, Lily Pad getting into this now. Then Saint Brie Lady from the back, followed by Jetstream. Scottsdale, a bad mistake at the second last, so too Percy Thrower. There's 1 more flight of hurdles left to jump. There's a furlong and a half left to go. And it's Saint Brie Lady, who's been patiently ridden, comes through to take it up to Lily Pad in second. Then Jetstream and Bossany Bay down towards the final flight now. And it's Saint Brie Lady in the hands of Paddy Brennan looking for a double. Oh, lovely jump at the last. Landed running and is careering away. Saint Brie Lady, 4 or 5 lengths to the good, and races up to the line to score comfortably in the end to Lily Pad in second. Jetstream was third. Bossany Bay finished in fourth.
shadow of yourself, playing your endless games. You should just leave them on the shelf. So, with every hand you give, I'll raise. Push me up, push me down, I'll stay. You go high, I'll go higher. With every whisper, I will shout. Drown me out, I will sing it louder and louder. You won't be playing with thunder. When the lightning falls upon the shore, boy, don't you see when I love you? I will love you more than you could know. You won't be playing with thunder. Sometimes so close, sometimes hurts. The flame that touches us first could warm us forever afterwards. So, with every ripple comes a wave. Throw your stones, baby, throw away. I will get higher and higher. Turn me off, I will turn you on. Say the words, I will say them louder and louder. You won't be playing with thunder. When the lightning falls upon the shore, boy, don't you see when I love you? I will love you more than you can know. You won't be playing with thunder.
Durello, and had a nice win. The 4 starts back second after, and unfortunately has found some problems. So, but if it can find the focus, I do think Durello could be in the top 3. I'm taking you through in the final leg of the V64. I'm going with 1, 4, 5, 6, and number 9, Eros Zola, which is scored a good win 2 starts back, but failed unfortunately in the last one after a perfect journey. And you can watch that one if you have time. And met tougher opponents then, and it's not always the best, but here I think it might be slightly easier for Fleming against number 9, Eros Zola. But there's a little bit of luck from lane 9 behind the gate, so we shall see what he does from there. But this Jack in the Box, anything can happen. So 1, 4, 5, 6, 9 for me in the final leg of the V64. Banker from me, you heard it, Tycoon Conway Hall in the 5th leg of the V64, number 4. So here at the Jägersro first race is going to be starting at 20 past 6. It's for the 3-year-olds and older that won their maximum of 10,000 crowns that have not had a victory. So one of these are going to have their first victory in their career. Most of them is the first time out or second time out. A couple here has been out 6 and 7 times. But the favourite though is number 6, A Few of a Kind with Christopher Eriksson. It is at 1.71, big favourite. Second favourite, number 10, Shake That Caviar with Carl Johan Jepsen at 6.34. So A Few of a Kind, you can see on your screen before it went all blurry. Number 3 on the far side, In Love Di Quattro, flinging back and forth like a ping pong ball. There we see number 9, Nibi's Maya. And has 1 start under the belt, a 5th then. See if we can get any indication from this proof start. It's a slow pacing. So we see number 3, Ian Lovely, Quattro Stefan Persson, debuted for Robert Bay, the trainer. Just going to use this to see what he can do there. Unusual face, Adrian Corgini there.
Race number 4. That's hang on. That is the 2-horse Crazy Sexy Money. That horse is 5-2 on the morning line before the scratch of the 3, Yes, I'm Evil. So that's going to be your favorite and fairly short price favorite. Let's see how we get there. Race number 1 at Belterra, $5,000 non-winners of 1. Time restricted. Queen of Corona is 6-1 on the inside. That's going to be my top pick. That last race, to me, you've heard me say this before, that was her first start in better than 9 months. Her best races that I can see in her recent past performances have been around 2 turns. She came back in a 5.5 furlong race. To me, that's a setup. And I think she got a good setup. You know, she passed a horse late. She was third. It was a 4-horse field. Okay, but she got the conditioning. Here comes the stretch out. That all makes sense to me. And Sonny Leon gets the call. He's riding well there at Belterra. I will use the 2, Prom Theme. Victor Balon has the call there. This one was only beaten ahead, attempting to go wire to wire when last seen at Turfway Park on the synthetic. But this is an 11-year-old mare, Prom Theme, who's looking for her 20th career victory. She's 19 for 113. How about that? That's $211,000 in earnings the hard way. And she's still trying hard. 9 of her 19 career victories have come on fast dirt tracks, so I'm not worried about her transitioning from the synthetic back to conventional dirt. And the 3, Trauma-Rama. This horse has been facing open $7,500 claimers at Churchill. The Churchill form has been very solid with horses moving over to Belterra. So 1, 2, 3 for me in the opener. Race number 2 is a $15,000 non-winners of 3 claiming event on the turf. And the horse I'm putting on top here is Unity on the rail. Okay, Unity comes in very good form. His last race produced a career best buyer figure. This is a horse that's 2 for 19 lifetime. I think the reason that Unity is such a big price on the morning line is that the race last time out, the June 29th race that's sitting on the top of his past performances, was at Mountaineer. And I think that there are a lot of players out there that take kind of a dim view of the Mountaineer form. Now, I'm not crazy about it. However, checks and balances. 2 starts back, Unity was a decent 4th in a 12-horse field against condition claimers at Indiana Grand, where the turf racing is very good, and this guy's got 1 prior try on the turf at Belterra, and he ran pretty well, going 1 mile and 3/8, which is a distance that's probably outside the scope of what he really wants to do. So he's in good form. He handled this turf course just fine the only other time that he tried it, and I'm going to make him the top selection there, but I will get some coverage. I'm also going to use the 6 Moon Launch with the ageless wonder Perry Oots in the irons. You got to do a lot of digging in the past performances to find Moon Launch's most recent turf starts. In fact, you got to go back to mid-October of 2019 at Keeneland, but Moon Launch, when he was on the turf, ran some competitive races. He actually broke his maiden on the grass at the fairgrounds, and he was facing much better horses back then. So he's on the ticket. I'm also using the 9 Surge Pricing. That is your 5-2 morning line favorite. John McKee has the call there for trainer Aaron West. And I will use the 10 California Sun, who's been facing better horses in his recent turf tries at Tampa Bay Downs. He was an easy winner, the only time he ever raced on the Belterra turf. On to race number 3. That's an Ohio-bred non-winners of 3 other than allowance, 5.5 furlongs the distance. Scratch the 3, Buckeye Warrior. I'm going to use 4, 5, 6. I'll make my top pick the 5-horse Tiger Trail. I think that was a pretty useful comeback race. Tiger Trail probably needed his race on June 11th. He'd been away for 4 months. He was 3rd of 6 and beaten 8 lengths, but the winner of that race, Dare Day, won by 7 1/4. So he was much the best. He came back and won again. Tiger Trail was in the hunt for all the minors, and he was a pretty talented 2-year-old. He won 3 of 4 at age 2. The only time he didn't win was when he was probably outgunned in a state-bred $75,000 stake race. So I think with the benefit of that comeback race, he goes forward. I've also got the 4 Cataphract and the 6 Dadude. If I get through to race number 4, I've already kind of tipped my hand here. I was going to use 2 horses. I was going to use Crazy Sexy Money and the 3, Yes, I'm Evil, but the scratch of the 3 makes my life relatively easy. Crazy Sexy Money coming over from Churchill, where she has run competitively in, well, she won a starter allowance by 7 lengths, came back and ran a similar race, but was just in too tough in that open first level allowance race, ended up 3rd of 8 in there. I think with the move to Belterra in this starter allowance spot, for which she is eligible, because if you're looking at past performances, you'll notice that when she was racing in Northern California back in the fall and winter of 2019, she was in a series of lower level claiming races that enable her to go in this spot for trainer Billy Morey, and he doesn't risk her at the claim box because it's a starter allowance. Again, don't get your heart set on 5-2. I'm looking more like at even money, maybe even odds on for Crazy Sexy Money. But I think that she is best. I'll try to get alive to her in that $18 early pick 4, which is on the website at tvg.com. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll start looking at horses at Belterra Park. That's going to be our first stateside race when Television Games continues on a Tuesday.
Night Racing's best bets, the Los Alamitos Pick 4s. They continue to have record pools and great payouts. The pools have been as high as $450,000, and both the early and late Pick 4 pools are often over $200,000. And remember, Los Alamitos also features a traditional Pick 6. Night Racing's best bets. Find them at Los Alamitos Racecourse.
Are you or a loved one between the ages of 50 to 80 years old? If you are younger than 80 years old, do you receive Social Security, Disability, or Medicare? If you answered yes, you may qualify for $30,000 in funeral insurance for only pennies a day. The average funeral costs around $11,000, and Social Security only pays $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the balance. Call now to see if you qualify for $30,000 in funeral expense coverage from Senior Legacy Life. Your rate will never increase, your benefits will never decrease, and there is no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing disease or illness. Don't be a financial burden to your family. Lock in your rate by completing an application over the phone right now. Will you qualify for funeral insurance up to $30,000 for only pennies a day? Find out for free by calling Senior Legacy Life.
Call 1-800-600-4492. That's 1-800-600-4492. 1-800-600-4492.
I saw the commercial on TV, downloaded the app, and within minutes I was playing.
With Betfair Casino, you can play your favorite casino games anywhere in New Jersey.
I was literally sitting on my couch with nothing to do. I put $20 into my account and I hit for $17,000.
Join today to play your first day risk-free up to $200.
When I won, I was so excited. I showed my mother, my brother, I even showed my dog.
Join the fun today at Betfair Casino.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Television Games on a Tuesday. We're 8 minutes away from the opener at Belterra Park, kicking off their Tuesday program with $5,000 non-winners of one. Time-restricted claimers, non-winners of a race since October the 14th. Okay, that's 9 months, right? 9 months. Yeah, that's not really a typical restriction period for one of these races, but, you know, I think that racing secretaries are tweaking things all over the place just because of these strange times that we're all living through. In the meanwhile, we will have action from Pocono coming your way. Just a couple of minutes until their Tuesday opener. Let me check weather. It's fast and firm at Belterra. Looks like a nice day. Let me verify that. Cincinnati showing, well, right now, partly cloudy. Looks like they're going to clear up a little bit later on today, and they are looking at a high temperature of just about 90 degrees. Well, I see a rider change on their feed that I wasn't aware of. In race number 3, the horse that I like best, Tiger Trail, Rafael Mojica, picks up that mount. We had a lot of rider changes yesterday. Look, I have been picking up little news tidbits here and there. I'm sure you have as well, about jockeys testing positive for COVID-19 and going into quarantine. It's tricky business, you know, particularly for the riders who tend to move around quite a bit. That's their stock in trade. And again, I think the racetracks, many of which are only now in the process of emerging from hibernation, you know, I'm sure they've all figured out what protocols they want to employ to make sure that the jockeys, the jockey colony, and all the people that are still working on a daily basis at the racetrack stay safe. I mean, that seems fundamental. But I don't know. I don't know what the upshot is going to be. Whether it's just going to be less desirable to have, you know, the jockeys going from track to track to track to track to ply their trade. All right, horses on the track for the opener at Belterra. That's my pick right there, trying to sneak into the picture. Queen of Corona. Yeah, I'm 1, 2, 3 here, so I'm on obvious, second obvious, and third obvious, evidently. Queen of Corona was 6-1 on the morning line. Six-year-old daughter of algorithms, 5 for 46 coming in, but you know, look, I mean, that means that Queen of Corona is 0 for 21 any place that isn't Belterra Park. Does that qualify as a horse for course? No, not really. If she had been racing elsewhere and was now returning to Belterra Park, yeah, then I might very well invoke that angle. But when a horse has been racing almost exclusively at one particular racetrack, and that's been the case for Queen of Corona, going back to late April of 2019, this is the only track that she's run at, then the angle doesn't work so well. It's a better angle when the horse is returning to a preferred racetrack after maybe not having run quite so well at other tracks, right? Because, well, what does that do? Handicappers out there, that forces us to get away from the top line or lines in the past performances. And this is true. This is just a true, indisputable fact, I think. The further away you get from the top line in the past performances, the better your parimutuel value is going to be. Because a lot of handicappers lean on that last race. Maybe too much. In some instances, I think absolutely too much. To restate the basic premise, sometimes the last running line for any given horse is telling you exactly what you need to know about that horse's prospects in today's race, but very often it's not. If the horse is changing venues, changing distance, changing barns, changing surface, that top line may not be a true indicator of what that horse has got to offer. Let me give you just one quick example off the top of my head. Let's say you've got a horse that's been running lights out on the turf, but in his or her most recent race, the weather moved in and the race was taken off the turf, but the horse stayed in and ran horribly, horribly on the main track. In that horse's next start, when he or she is back on the turf, are you going to penalize the horse for the poor effort on dirt? Wouldn't make much sense, right? So for handicappers that only are looking at that last race and saying, wow, that horse is not good right now. And you know, trust me, there are players like that, right? You gotta be a forgiving handicapper when it makes sense to be. If you've got a built-in excuse for a poor effort at the top of the past performances, well, roll up your sleeves and dig a little bit. Do a little archaeology. I got a toolbox play coming up for you a little bit later on. It's coming up in the early pick four at Indiana Grand. The funny thing is, I've got not one, but two horses in the same race that qualify on the very same toolbox angle. So I'm just going to use them both. What the heck? All right, not much deviation here in the tote. Is there anybody else that we ought to discuss here? The 4 Sweet Rock, well, you'd have to be a forgiving handicapper to get to Sweet Rock in this spot, I guess. Well, yeah, Sweet Rock is not the kind of horse I'm talking about. She's an 8-year-old mare. She's 6 for 96 coming in. She's 1 for 42 at Belterra Park. And she's coming off an absolutely dismal race at Belterra on the 10th of June. I have no idea why I would want to play that horse at 7-1. I don't think I could find my way to this horse at 70-1. Now, those of you who believe in the power of the disparagement angle, that's a nice price on that horse right there, right there. All right, 7-1 on Sweet Rock. I'm not interested. The 6 horse Maleficent Queen was 7-2 on the morning line. A little chilly on the tote here at 6-1. John McKee has been her regular pilot. This one comes out of the barn of trainer Karen Wittick. Karen Wittick. Okay, well, look, here, pros and cons. On return to, now she's kind of a horse for course, I guess. She's 6 for 51 lifetime, which means she's 1 for 35 any place that isn't Belterra, where she's 5 for 16. However, when she returned to Belterra on June the 12th, so her last 2 starts have been back on her preferred surface. Both of those were time-restricted $4,000 races. This is a time-restricted 5 that we're about to watch. I think it makes a difference. In both of those races, with regular rider John McKee aboard, she passed a couple of horses late en route to third-place finishes at odds of 2-1 and 3-1 respectively. But in those 2 races, she was beaten 11 3/4 and 11 1/2. So I'm not taking her either. Fashion Envy on the outside of this bunch? Well, I'll tell you this much. Fashion Envy is another one of those horses that was on a steady diet of two-turn races towards the end of her 2019 campaign. In fact, I can see all 9 of her starts in 2019. They were all two-turn races. She came back to the races on July the 2nd at Belterra in a 6-furlong race. So the same angle that I'm applying to Queen of Corona sort of applies to Fashion Envy. I sort of regard the 6-furlong race as a setup race for the stretch out. She's sort of a horse for course too. 3 for 27 lifetime, meaning she's 1 for 23 away from Belterra. All right, I didn't use her. I went 1, 2, 3. I did not use the 7, but as among the other horses in this field that are single-digit odds, then that's the only one that makes any impression on me. Let's go to Belterra Park, get things started on a Tuesday. Good luck if you're playing this early pick 4.
And they're off. Prom Theme jumps out for the lead. Also, that's Hero the Best throwing her hat in the ring. Even farther out is some Maleficent Queen as the fillies and mares make their way into the first turn. Prom Theme, the 11-year-old, leads now by a solid length. Hero the Best lays in second. Queen of Corona down along the rail. We got Trauma-Rama from right in between runners to the outside. That is Maleficent Queen. And a half lane back, we're going to have Fashion Envy, and even farther back, that is Sweet Rock with a little under 6 furlongs to go. It's Prom Theme, the 11-year-old, now by a length and a tail. Hero the Best lays in second. Maleficent Queen on the outside. Queen of Corona holds right against the rail. A half length back to Fashion Envy on the move. Down on the inside, that is Trauma-Rama on hold, just waiting and keeping an eye on the top 4 leaders. And about 7 to the trailer, that is Sweet Rock. A half on the board of 50-1 as they run down the backstretch. And with the lead down on the inside is Prom Theme by a half a length. Engaging on the outside, here comes Hero of the Best. And these two are running in lockstep. A half length back to Queen of Corona on the outside, Fashion Envy. Down on the inside, Trauma-Rama just pushed the button and said go, and Trauma-Rama needs a way through and needs one right this minute as they set down for the stretch drive. It's Hero of the Best, first one to face us, drifting out a bit. That is Prom Theme, the 11-year-old, leaving a gap open for Trauma-Rama down on the inside. Hero of the Best has the lead. Trauma-Rama trying to squeeze to the inside rail, to the outside. Queen of Corona trying to come right over the top, but Trauma-Rama may have found the shortest way through, and Trauma-Rama leads it by 3 parts of length. It's Trauma-Rama in today's opener. Looks like it's going to be on the outside. Queen of Corona over Hero of the Best.
3-1-5 is unofficial. Trauma-Rama. Good ride here by veteran Rafael Mojica Jr. He had his eye on that rail. It opened up at the top of the stretch, and that's probably going to make the difference here. The one horse, Queen of Corona, runs a good race at 8-1. Is eventually going to grind past Hero of the Best and get into that exacta, but Trauma-Rama prevails as the favorite in race number 1 at Belterra Park. 3-1-5-7 is unofficial, so odd numbers only in the opener. 8-5 on your winner. We'll have those prices for you shortly. Let's go to Pocono for their opener on slight tape delay.
Have reached the back stretch, and they are underway in the Tuesday afternoon opener. Far outside, some speed early from Kafir Kemp, center of the track leading Sortie Hanover. Those two go at it early on. From in between horses moving up to third there, Axios, man with a mission at the pylons, fourth. Then comes Cartier Zet settling fifth, 2 back to sixth and Swan Credit. After that, Dark Pool seventh, then CO2 Bluegrass, and the early trailer here is Almighty Johnson. Right now the lead belongs to Kafir Kemp at the quarter-mile marker in 27-3. So Kafir Kemp aggressive from the outside post, but now he will watch as Axios makes his move to the front for George Napolitano Jr., the 3-5 favorite, working on a 3-race winning streak, and he makes his move past the leader, just past 3/8. Pocket there is Kafir Kemp, and again, he strung out the leader Axios a bit there. Sortie Hanover third around the turn, then Man with a Mission in line to fifth, and Cartier Zet, followed there by Swan Credit, Dark Pool seventh, then CO2 Bluegrass, and Almighty Johnson. The half mile 57 even, 29 and 2, second panel. And right now, Axios has the best view, leading it by a length. Kafir Kemp stays close in the pocket, so too in the third in spot there, Sortie Hanover. Now that's Cartier Zet, first over for Anthony Napolitano, making some progress. Dark Pool picks up the live cover, inside Man with a Mission sixth, third over seventh, CO2 Bluegrass, at the back Swan Credit and Almighty Johnson. The lead still a length for Axios as Cartier Zet strives to get closer, 3/4, 126 and 2, 29 and 2, third panel. Middle portion was relatively soft here. Axios still there by a length over Cartier Zet. Kafir Kemp is a length and a half back in the pocket. Further back on the inside, looking for room, Sortie Hanover fourth. Top of the stretch, Axios by 2 full lengths now. Inside, trying to come on Kafir Kemp. Outside, Cartier Zet not done chasing. Late kick out wide. Sortie Hanover, George Knapp taking a look back. And Axios will get the business done here and get another win here by a length. On the inside, looks like Kafir Kemp gets second, Cartier Zet third, and Sortie Hanover fourth. That's 4 straight.
Hi, Joe Namath here, and like you, I'm at home staying safe, but I wanted to get this message out. To make these uncertain times a bit easier and safer while at home, Medicare Advantage plans have added new benefits, including telephone appointments with your doctors, in-home aids, home-delivered meals, home-delivered prescriptions, and so much more. But you don't get all the benefits automatically. You need to enroll. The easiest way to enroll is to call the Medicare Coverage Helpline. It's now more important than ever to make sure your Medicare coverage is up to date. We all have a few minutes to make a phone call to focus on our health. Get what you're entitled to. Call now. It's free.
Call 1-800-470-2613. That's 1-800-470-2613 now.
Oh my gosh, wow. Who am I? Wow, is that really me?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of Plexiderm. All it takes is 10 minutes to reduce the appearance of under eye bags, wrinkles, and crow's feet. The instant results are from naturally based silicates found in shell clay. Once applied, your skin tightens and firms. Take action with our Plexiderm 10-minute challenge. Try it today for only $14.95, plus get free shipping. Visit plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
This hour of coverage is brought to you in part by the Pennsylvania Horse Breeders Association. North America's most lucrative breeders awards now includes a 40% PA sired bonus. For more, go to pabred.com.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Television Games on TVG. I'm Rich Perloff, and that is Parks Racing in Bensalem, Pennsylvania. A little breeze blowing out there. They're going up into the high 80s today. 11 race program at Parks, including 3, count them, 3 races on the turf. Races 7, 9, and 11 will be on the green. 10 minutes away from the opener at Parks. So 11 race program for you pick 4 aficionados. That means you've got 3 pick 4 opportunities. They will begin in races 1, 5, and 8, right? So you're always going to get a pick 4 at Parks beginning with the opener. You are always going to get a pick 4 at Parks beginning in race number 5, and then you're going to get a pick 4 on the last 4 races of the day, wherever they happen to fall. Okay, opener at Parks today. $12,500 claimers, non-winners of 2 lifetime. They'll go 3/4 of a mile. We got no scratches. 7 horses in the paddock right now. Co-favorites at 2-1. The 1-horse Bayleaf, who was the 7-5 morning line favorite, coming out of the Lewis Linder barn, was second in her first start after the reopening of Parks. That was on the 23rd of June. Sorry, Jomar Torres will ride back for trainer Louis Linder Jr. Also at 2-1 is the 3 Mucha Muchacha. Mucha Muchacha. Well, okay. Well, pros and cons. Pros and cons. There are the prices from the opener at Belterra. Mucha Muchacha was not so good in her seasonal debut. That was on the 14th of June against $16,000 non-winners of 2 at Belmont Park. She finished 8th in a field of 12 and was beaten 15.5 lengths. Now she comes to Parks. She's been here before, Mucha Muchacha. She returns to Parks, where in her only prior try, last September 23rd, she was 6th of 7 and beaten a long way after pushing the early pace against open first-level allowance optional claimers. She was 35-1 in that race, so the bettors reckoned that she was outgunned, and that's how it turned out. She broke her maiden as a 2-year-old. She's a 3-year-old filly now, Mucha Muchacha. She broke her maiden against $25,000 maiden claimers at Delaware Park last August. So if you like her, I suppose that the reasoning is the 12-5 non-winners of 2 at Parks are softer than the 16,000 non-winners of 2 at Belmont. I probably would agree with that. She probably needed that last race. She's with a trainer who's doing quite well at Parks. Well, he always is, Harold Weiner. Solid barn. Weiner puts the blinkers on, so maybe that gets Mucha Muchacha into the hunt a little bit earlier. But it's kind of, different scenarios with your co-2-1 favorites. Bayleaf appears to be in the better current, or at least recent form, and then you got the class dropper right there. Mucha Muchacha, 3-year-old daughter of Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Mucho Macho Man. Almost a 2-time winner of the Breeders' Cup Classic, Mucho Macho Man, right? I mean, he just missed to Fort Larned. How do you say that? Every time I come up on that name, I have to stop and go, what, Larned? Larned? What is correct? Somebody knows. Help me out. Yeah, absolutely. Sal, thanks for the heads up. You're exactly right, sir. Sal from Pittsburgh, California, tweets me. Says, pretty good Tuesday to you. Boy, Sal, you're hedging your bets there. Pretty good Tuesday? Are you waiting to see whether it turns out to be a good Tuesday? You're not sure yet. And Sal says he wants to give a happy birthday shout out to our good friend Leo out there in the Miami area. And I second the motion. You know Leo. You've seen him. You've seen Leo on TVG from Gulfstream Park when they do the the Caribbean Classic racing series down there. But Leo's my Venezuelan horse racing buddy from way back. Leo, how many years? You know how I could know this, Leo? I'm gonna solve this mystery right now. See, there are ways to do this. Because Leo and we first kind of bumped into one another. Yeah, I mean, he's been sending emails and tweets and whatnot for a long time, but he and I really kind of linked up around the prospects of a really nice racehorse that was bred in Venezuela. That horse's name was Remarkable News. Anybody remember this guy? Remarkable News, who actually showed up in the Breeders' Cup Mile in 2007. I mean, he'd been a factor in a lot of good races. I mean, he won the Dixie at Pimlico in 2007. He won the Firecracker at Churchill. He was prominent in the Woodbine Mile a couple of times. But that's the horse. That Venezuelan horse was the horse that Leo and I first started talking about. All right, yeah, Sal, thanks for the reminder. A very happy birthday to Leo down there in the Miami area. If you're in Miami, you go check him out at Casa Juancho, where he performs regularly. Here's the second from Pocono.
Side early speed from Sweet Talker. Sweet Talker slight lead, and Bonnie coming up to challenge. In between horses right there, Winning Words is third. And comes Libspeak fourth, parked on the outside of Dances With. Two more back to sixth, and 10,000 Angels. She's None Better finds a spot seventh. On the outside, Sweet Allure in the early trailer. There is Rhoda Told Me, and off stride went Sweet Talker into the infield. So Winning Words inherits the lead as they come to the quarter, 26-4. Quick opening panel, and Winning Words, who's been knocking on the door of late in this class, leading the way right now for Anthony Napolitano. Sitting the pocket there is Ann Bonnie, followed by Dances With, and launching a move there, Sweet Allure, and Dan Dubé. Strong move first over. Quickly, She's None Better, the 6-5 favorite, picks up that cover. Inside sixth is Libspeak, followed around the turn, 10,000 Angels. Eighth is Rhoda Told Me, and after the break, Sweet Talker is the trailer. No change up front. Winning Words gets to the half, 55-4, 29 even second panel. Relatively rapid fractions for these. Winning Words, the catalyst at the moment, leading by a length. Ann Bonnie still in her hip pocket. On the outside, that first over move has stalled a bit for Sweet Allure. She's 2.5 away. Boxed in fourth, Dances With, not far back, but needs racing room. Second over, She's None Better, now has to make a 3-wide move for George Knapp. Inside sixth, Libspeak. Outside, 10,000 Angels. Then Rhoda Told Me, way back, Sweet Talker. Winning Words on top. 3/4, 124 and 328 and 4 third panel. It's Winning Words with the lead, but on the outside, She's None Better, uncorking and getting closer now for George Knapp. Still Ann Bonnie getting the excellent trip. Two more back to fourth and Dances With. Top of the stretch, Winning Words still has work to do. Up on her outside comes She's None Better, who takes a slight lead. Ann Bonnie sneaking through on the inside, getting the better trip, but She's None Better has a slight lead. She's None Better. Strong finish, and George Knapp sweeps the early daily double. Ann Bonnie second. Third was Winning Words, much further back to Dances With. Fourth, She's None Better wins it in 152-1 from off the pace.
That was your 6-5 favorite, She's None Better, taking race number 2 at Pocono. Stand by for those prices. We still got horses in the paddock at Parks. Jockeys are there. I saw there was one horse there that hadn't been tacked up yet, so maybe somebody was getting some kind of an equipment adjustment, shoe repair. I'm guessing. I don't know. But riders are up now. We will shortly get a post parade, and that slight delay gives me the opportunity to get a handicapper into the conversation here. It's Bo. Bo's got a price horse here. First race at Parks. I like the number 6, Bryce's Filly, says Bo. Win place bet. Okay. Some good workouts coming in. 49-4. Half-mile breeze, last work on July 5th. Big class drop from last race. I like this spot. Claiming price of $12,500. Should be in a good early position to run them down. Okay, 6-1 right now on Bryce's Filly. Yeah, the class drops, that's significant. This horse was claimed by Her Current Connections, the 6th horse, Bryce's Filly. Claimed by Her Current Connections 2 back out of her seasonal debut. Trainer Silvio Martin has her now, and off the claim, they ran her in a protected spot. A state-bred first-level allowance, a restricted first-level allowance. You know the kind of race I'm talking about. Well, I think it's fair to say that she was overmatched there. She was 61-1 and ran like it. She was last of 7 all the way around. She's had some time to freshen up. She shows up here below the claim level. She was claimed out of a race in which she ran 3rd. So, okay. All right, Bo. There's Bayleaf holding at 2-1. Jomar Torres riding for Louis Linder Jr. 1 for 14 coming in. Has been in the exacta 3 of 4 at Parks, including her lone career victory. Tizza Sharpie. David Castillo rides here for Mary Pattershaw. Mucha Muchacha now at 5-2. The class dropper coming over from Belmont. Blinkers on today. Here's the 4. I Was Born a Winner. Got the big blinkers and the shadow roll, and it's all color coded. I like that. All yellow stuff. Here's the 5, Stay Salty, Dexter Haddock. Riding here for Michael Arrow. Bo's pick, Bryce's filly with Eric Lopez in the irons, holding at 6-1 on the outside, Pasha Pasha. Laureano Flores, that's the jock who was the beneficiary of that DQ that we talked about in race number 4 at Parks yesterday. That one is 24-1 and the longest price in the field. Let's take a break. We'll come back and kick off an 11-race program at Parks right after this.
Night Racing's best bets, the Los Alamitos Pick Fours. They continue to have record pools and great payouts. The pools have been as high as $450,000, and both the early and late Pick Four pools are often over $200,000. And remember, Los Alamitos also features a traditional Pick Six. Night Racing's best bets. Find them at Los Alamitos Racecourse.
If you're living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your finger multiple times a day. US Med's mission is to find ways to make your diabetes more manageable and more comfortable. You deserve to enjoy life without the constant reminder of living with diabetes. You may qualify to receive a continuous glucose monitor with little or no cost to you. Call now for more information. A continuous glucose monitor provides blood sugar readings without uncomfortable finger sticks and alerts you real time to potentially harmful spikes in your blood sugar levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurance companies. If you're a caretaker for someone who suffers from diabetes or have diabetes yourself and meet these conditions, please call our diabetic specialists now to see if you qualify for your continuous glucose monitor.
Call 1-800-818-8546. That's 1-800-818-8546.
Television Games continues. We are back at Parks. 2 minutes now until their opener. 11 races. 3 Pick Four opportunities. Bayleaf still favored. I want to get this in. We're coming up on race number 2 at Belterra Park. And they're going to be on the turf for that one. I kind of built the case for my top selection in there, the horse on the rail, Unity, who is coming off of a good second place finish on the grass at Mountaineer. Now, Bombs Away Bob out there in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. There's the, oh, wow, what happened to 15-1? Bob Unity getting pounded, and that's the horse right there in your picture. So, of all the handicappers and horse players that I hear from on a regular basis, I don't know anybody who is as committed to and who pays more attention to the racing product at Mountaineer Park than Bombs Away Bob. So when he tells me something about Mountaineer Park, I pay attention because he is paying much closer attention to it than I am, and on a regular basis. So here's what he had to say about Unity. Unity got a great ride by Mountaineer's top turf rider on June 29th, looming in the stretch before settling for second behind the 4-5 favorite. That 4th of July effort in 2019, that's the only other time that Unity had been at Belterra, that would likely win this, but that effort was on the Bill Daly, not closing. Okay, Bill Daly, you all know what he's talking about, right? That's one of the time-honored racing euphemisms for a horse that's on the front end, on the engine, on the Bill Daly, flag fault, that's all, you know, all that good stuff. Right, and Bob, I think you would agree with me that one of the reasons that Unity was on the lead that day is because they were basically walking in that 1 3/8 race. I'm not sure that that's Unity's best game, but at that distance, he kind of found his way to the front through an opening half mile in 51-4 on a turf course that was rated firm. I think going a mile, he sits his more preferred trip today, but that race does tell me that he handles the Belterra turf course just fine, and those were entry-level allowance horses, not the condition claimers he faces today. But evidently, a number of the Belterra bettors have noticed the same thing because that morning line evaporated. It's post time for the opener at Parks. Let's go to Keith Jones for the load and call.
Here in the gate. And they're off. And a bad stumble at the start for number 7, Pasha Pasha. And she is unseated rider Laureano Flores Jr. He is up and looks to be okay, but again, Pasha Pasha, the 40-1 shot, has lost the rider at the break. So down the back stretch, Mucha Muchacha and Bryce's Filly vie for the lead. On the inside of that pair is Bayleaf, a close-up third. I Was Born a Winner. It's the half mile pulled about 3 lengths behind. On the outside, Tiz is Sharpie, looks to move up from 5th. Stay Salty is 6th and racing about 6 lengths behind. So it's Mucha Muchacha with 3 furlongs to go, leading at a half length. Bayleaf making a strong 3 wide run now. I Was Born a Winner comes circling up 4 wide. Bryce's Filly trying to stay with that lead group, but now dropping back into the 4th spot. After that, Tiz is Sharpie and Stay Salty. Mucha Muchacha, top of the stretch now, leading it by a neck. Bayleaf on the outside is driving second. And then it's farther back about 3 to I Was Born a Winner. Tiz is Sharpie has moved to 4th. Final furlong now. Bayleaf and Mucha Muchacha going at it head-to-head. Mucha Muchacha the inside, Bayleaf on the outside. They're headed in for the leads 50 yards from home. Bayleaf has taken a short lead. It's Bayleaf who prevails. Bayleaf goes on to win at a half length. Mucha Muchacha was second. After that, Tiz is Sharpie, and I Was Born a Winner.
1, 3, 2, 4. That was a good horse race. That's a good horse race. Here are your 2 betting favorites. They come together not once but twice. You can see the 3 kind of bouncing off the 1. I don't know who occasioned that, and I don't know whether it warrants any further review. But good stretch duel here. And look, here is the claiming universe in microcosm. Bayleaf, your eventual unofficial winner, was the horse that had been in good form at or about today's level. The 3-horse, Mucha Muchacha, was the class dropper who'd been just facing much tougher competition, but really hadn't run well in her last couple of starts. And they throw it down in the stretch. 1, 3, 2, 4. And I guess that begs the question, who do you prefer in a claiming race? Do you like the sharp horse who's at a level at which he or she is proven, or a sharp horse moving up, or do you like a class dropper who's looking for a level where he or she can compete? And the answer to the question is yes, right? It could be either. Could be either. I don't think you want to state that as an absolute either way. Sometimes horses in both categories will make sense. All right, now here at Belterra Park, I'm 4 deep to stay alive in the pick 4. Got the favorite home in race number 1. I'm 1, 6, 9, 10 here. Now the horse that's getting bet that I did not use is the 5, Cause for Pardon. And I noticed that Cause for Pardon was favored for a while here. Has now floated up to 3-1. There's a horse coming out of the Bob Hess Jr. barn, but I mean, recent form is just not very good. However, cause for pardon's recent not very good form has been down at Gulfstream Park against arguably substantially better horses. My real issue is that last race. The race that sent Cause for Pardon to the sidelines on April 25th, that was a big class drop into that race. And he got bet a little bit that day. He was 4-1 in an 11-horse field and just didn't run a lick. Does show a couple of good drills for this, and he's back down to 5-2. 1, 6, 9, 10. Obviously, the 6 and the 10, my best options here. But my top pick was the Mountaineer shipper Unity, who was 15-1 on the morning line, loads up here at 3.5-1. Here comes race number 2 from Belterra.
Down on the inside is Big Iron, and Big Iron hustles out. On the outside, we have California Sun coming over the top, and California Sun shows away. Surge Pricing in second. Big Iron is third. About 3 parts of a length back, we find Jay-Z's Last Try as the runners make their way into the first turn. Showing away, California Sun Lagunas by 1.5 lengths. Surge Pricing lays in the second. A 1/2 length back to Big Iron in the third spot. Then we come back to Jay-Z's Last Try, rounding out the top 4. 1.5 lengths. We got Moon Launch in the red silks to the outside. Chuckles Candy in the orange cap, just loping along very easily, has clear sailing. Down on the inside, Unity now trying to tighten up, and Unity's starting to pick off runners one by one and trailing the field. That is Cause for Pardon. A 1/2 on a board of 46 and 4. And loose on the lead is California Sun, leads by a solid 2 lengths. Big Iron down along the inside now starts to hustle up and tighten up. Surge Pricing is now underway. From the back of the pack, Cause for Pardon now shifts out for clear sailing, and Cause for Pardon looks to be the major danger as they round the far turn and set down for the stretch drive. California Sun, the first one to faces with a purple cap, closest to the rail. On the outside, Surge Pricing coming up for one final try. Down on the inside, Big Iron. We're going to have California Sun, and he's begging out for the wire. California Sun going to work. Down on the inside, Big Iron comes right on through on the outside. That is Cause for Pardon. Big Iron scores in today's second.
2-10-5 is unofficial, and 10-1 on your winner here. Big Iron, 5-year-old gelding by Caleb's Posse. That's him down along the inside, pretty much obscured by your pace setter, California Sun, who's going to run a very game race here and hold for the exacta, but he cannot hold off the determined charge of Big Iron. This is a pickup mount for jockey Victor Balon, and this was this 5-year-old gelding's first ever try on the turf. His 27th trip to the post. First time on grass, blinkers off. So well done here to trainer Michael Ewing, who just pushed all the right buttons there. And Big Iron scores at 10-1. 2-10-5 is unofficial, but I'm officially out of at pick 4. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll have those prices, and we'll get back to, we'll get our first look at Fort Erie. Their openers coming up next.
Swelling, stiffness. When your hands hurt, you can't function. Until now. Introducing the new Copperfit compression gloves with sure grip technology to give you more power, more control, and more agility than ever. Our most advanced copper-infused compression fabric woven into an ultra-lightweight performance glove that fits like a second skin to support relief and recovery of sore muscles and painful joint stiffness. And new Sure Grip bands built in to provide a strong, non-slip grip for more power and control.
You need total control of your hands when you're doing anything with construction. Your hands are your livelihood. The Copperfit gloves are great. The grip is outstanding here with these different ribs. It makes my hand a lot more usable. It just feels like you're just ready to start the job.
The gloves have been a game changer for me. They help with flexibility and pain and soreness. They allow me to do my job even better.
Breathable wicking fabric with an open finger design for full range of motion, feel, and control.
They relieve my pain. When I grab something, I'm not in pain. The support or whatever magic these things do, I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter to me what it is, it works.
I get a lot of pain, and it can make it difficult to do the smallest thing. While I'm wearing this, I do not have any pain. I can use it on the keyboard, I can use my phone, I drive with it, I sleep with it. I love this glove.
The new CopperFit compression gloves with Sure Grip technology. Relief from painful muscle and joint soreness. Guaranteed or your money back. Call 1-800-298-9363. Or on the web at getcopperfitgloves.com for only $19.99. Order right now and your shipping is free.
I tried it, I use it, I know it works.
CopperFit gloves definitely just make my life better.
I've used CopperFit before. This has helped my hands so much. These things work.
Feel better with copper-infused compression. Ask for it by name. CopperFit compression gloves.
As you can see, we'll be on the turf for the opener at Fort Erie today. These are maiden claiming horses at the $4,500 level. They're going to go 7 furlongs. It's technically about 7 furlongs, but you know how that works, right? When a racetrack lists a distance as an about distance, it's not like they're not guessing. It's the same distance. It's just not exactly 7 furlongs, I think is what they're trying to tell us. In any event, it's a 2-turn race at Fort Erie. I think that's the more important aspect. Got a field of 6 here, no scratches. Your even money favorite is the 3, Charlie's Game. Very good third on the main track at Fort Erie last time out. Those were open maiden specials. So back in for a tag, trying turf for the first time. 4-year-old gelding by Not Bourbon out of a Tappet mare. Second choice at 8-5 is right next door. That's the 4, Strolling Posse, gelding by Stroll out of a Posse mare. There you go. By Stroll out of Beautiful Posse. That equals Strolling Posse. 0 for 5 coming in. 2 in the money finishes, including a good closing third last time out under identical conditions, only beaten a half length as the, what would that be? That's the 8-5 favorite last time out. Those 2 taking the majority of play. Let's get out to Fort Erie for the load and call of their Tuesday opener.
What's one more? Indicate 2 as a long shot. Charlie's Game at about even money steps in. Second choice, Strolling Posse. Soul and Spirit and Dr. Robert each at 6-1. Completing the line. They're all in. Stand by for a start. They're at the post. And they're off for program 13 of 39 dates on the 2020 campaign from Fort Erie Racetrack. Charlie's Game was quickly out front, and Dr. Robert runs up on the outside. Strolling Posse got away in there from third, and Soul and Spirit tracks well. Fourth on the outside. What's One More is second to last, and Texas Boy is the early trailer. Dr. Robert able to cross over and lead it over Charlie's Game into the backstretch. Soul and Spirit is running wide out there in the front trio. Strolling Posse is in a good striking spot along the inside from fourth, and then What's One More, and widest and last is Texas Boy. The opening quarter speed was a sensible enough 25-1, so Charlie's Game goes up on the outside to apply a little bit of modest pressure to Dr. Robert, who rebuffed him. Dr. Robert still going on a defiant looking lead onto the final turn, and Helen Vanek has had this one on the lead since the outset. Charlie's Game unable to get onto level terms thus far. Soul and Spirit gaining third on the outside. No more to offer from Strolling Posse back there in fourth. Then it's back to What's One More and Texas Boy trailing. And as they come into the top of the stretch, Dr. Robert is confronted by Charlie's Game on the outside. Charlie's Game is edging away now through a half mile in 49 and 2, 3/4 in 14 and 2. Charlie's Game. Dr. Robert stays game to the finish. Charlie's Game is just a little bit better. Charlie's Game to win as the favorite in the Tuesday opener in Fort Erie. Dr. Robert did all the front end road work, was second. Soul and Spirit third. Strolling Posse only fourth best as Charlie's Game wins the opener in 1:27 for 7 on the turf.
Odds-on favorite, Charlie's Game. Spread eagles that field, very strung out. Bunch at the wire. That's the 6 horse, Dr. Robert, under Helen Bannock, trying to hold off the odds-on favorite. Cannot do so, and Charlie's Game, in his first ever try on turf, breaks his maiden. This is his 9th start overall. 3, 6, 5. First 3 under the wire. That could be useful. Your 2-to-1 second choice does not factor in the try, so 1-2 over 8-1 over 8-1 is what you got. That was the opener at Fort Erie. We'll have those prices for you shortly. Let's go back to Pocono for race number 3.
And they are underway. Far outside early speed from I Love Wine and Roses. Cheesy Hanover gets away well. As off stride early went Simply Me Hanover. It will be I Love Wine and Roses to strike the front. Cheesy Hanover right in behind there. A gap of about 5 to third, and Karen's Lady followed there by French Souffle. Got that right away 5th. After that, you've got Casual Affair. Miss Rosary is 7th. Chased that. Lindy made a break, and Simply Me Hanover did as well, and she's well back. The quarter is reached in 28 3/5, and as the dust settles, lead belongs to Cheesy Hanover with Todd Shadle in the bike. On top right now by a length with the pocket sitter I Love Wine and Roses right in behind her. Third is Karen's Lady, then French Souffle. She's on the outside a bit there, but not committing to it. That's the 7-5 favorite with Dexter Dunn. 5th is Got That Right. 2 more back to Casual Affair. And then it's Miss Rosary, 7th, way back to Simply Me Hanover, and Chase That Lindy, both earlier breakers. No change up front. It's Cheesy Hanover to the half mile in 59 and 4, 31 and 1 second panel. So a drastic slowdown there by Todd Shadle should benefit Cheesy Hanover. She tries to hold on to this lead. She's up now by a length and 3/4 over the pocket horse, loose pocket horse, I Love Wine and Roses. That's a first over from Karen's Lady now on the move for Tetrick, and also uncorking 4th there is French Souffle. 5th is Got That Right. The rest of the field a long way to go as Miss Rosary goes on past Casual Affair, way back Simply Me Hanover, and also Chase That Lindy. 3/4, 129 and 2, 29 and 3, third panel, and right now locked up on the front end, Karen's Lady and Cheesy Hanover. Second over French Souffle, hoping to pounce. Much further back, I Love Wine and Roses has lost touch. Top of the stretch, and Karen's Lady takes a slight lead for Corey Callahan. On the outside, French Souffle trying to trot her down here. It's French Souffle and Karen's Lady. French Souffle on the march for Dexter Dunn. In her debut, French Souffle gets the win by a long neck. Karen's Lady 2nd, Cheesy Hanover back to 3rd with I Love Wine and Roses 4th. It's French Souffle rising here.
I see what's possible instead of what's here. Others see cracked concrete, run-down courts. I see a way to bring pride back to communities. That's why I made Project Backboard and a site with GoDaddy. How will you make your mark? Make the world you want.
TVG Mondays through Wednesdays. Watch and wager on thoroughbred racing from Lone Star Park. Gate to wire action with expert selections at tvg.com. Lone Star Park Mondays through Wednesdays. First post 2:35 Eastern, 11:35 Pacific.
If you are living with diabetes and using insulin, you know the pain of pricking your finger multiple times a day. US Med's mission is to find ways to make your diabetes more manageable and more comfortable. You deserve to enjoy life without the constant reminder of living with diabetes. You may qualify to receive a continuous glucose monitor with little or no cost to you. Call now for more information. A continuous glucose monitor provides blood sugar readings without uncomfortable finger sticks and alerts you real time to potentially harmful spikes in your blood sugar levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurance companies. If you're a caretaker for someone who suffers from diabetes or have diabetes yourself and meet these conditions, please call our diabetic specialists now to see if you qualify for your continuous glucose monitor.
Call 1-800-818-8546. That's 1-800-818-8546.
Hey guys, I'm Brittany Urton with our Lanes End Weekly Preview. Saturday at Monmouth Park, they feature the Grade 1 $1 million TVG.com Haskell Stakes. Also that day, Del Mar's Grade 2 San Diego Handicap. Then on Sunday, it's Del Mar's Eddie Reed Stakes over the Jimmy Durante Turf Course. It's a massive weekend of racing right here on TVG, and don't forget to wager at TVG.com.
We're back and we got horses in the paddock for race number 2 at Parks. Starter allowance event, fillies and mares 3 and up that have started for a claiming price of $7,500 or less and which have never won 3 races. Okay. So as Parks is transitioning back to their more conventional race conditions, this is kind of a holdover from what they were doing almost exclusively when they reopened. This is essentially a $7,500 non-winners of 3 claiming race, only you can't claim anybody. They wrote it as a starter allowance for reasons that we have discussed and need not go back over. While we still got horses in the paddock there at Parks, let's go back to Pocono and let's get their 4th race in live here on Television Games.
Pacers have reached the back stretch. And we're going to have a recall here. Recall for race number 4. The race not beginning just yet. We have a recall. So, wherever you're wagering, still have time to get a wager in for the 4th.
Well, you can't say we didn't try, right? We tried to get that race in live, but in the famous words of the great Scottish poet Robert Burns, the best laid plans of mice and men oft gang a glee. And you know that as well as I do. You know, when you read that poem, I think that sometimes they kind of Americanize it, because who the heck knows what oft gang a glee means. So you often see it as oft go awry or something like that. But it's actually written the way I said it the first time. It's a great poem. You should find it. Is it Ode to a Mouse? Yeah. Ode to a Mouse. To a Mouse by Robert Burns. And that concludes today's Poetry Corner. All right, we're still in the paddock at Parks. Oh, let me get the birthday boy into the conversation. I just received a communication from Leo, who's got he wants to cash tickets on his birthday, right? Leo is looking ahead to race number 4 at Parks, and he says he likes the 3 horse in there, Yes, Ms. Ada. Mare gets along well with her jockey at Parks. That's Angel Castillo. Castillo has ridden her 3 times at Parks with a win, a 3rd, and a 4th, so he knows her well. He'll try to put her close to the early pace, where I think she'll do great. Okay, 5-1 on the morning line. Yes, Miss Ada. Try to give Leo a little birthday present. There's the field for that race. Okay, I am told that they have reformed for race number 4 at Pocono. Let's try again.
The Pacers have reached the back stretch, and they are underway. And a couple levers center of the track there. JK Always Be a Lady, joined stride by Notorious Pink, who takes a slight lead. It's Notorious Pink to the front. JK Always Be a Lady in the pocket behind her. Another length and a half to Summering third past the 8th mile marker. Next up, Katie Faye Hanover is fourth. Right in behind her, Sweet Ron. A gap to 6th, and Jared's Joy. And the bottom three here, double off the wall, Princess Alexa, and the trailer, Fire Start Hanover. They come to the quarter-mile marker, 29 and 3. So 2-year-old trotting fillies last race. Now the freshman pacing fillies here. Notorious Pink, the first-time starter, the leader for the moment. But here comes JK Always Be a Lady, fresh off a Sire Stakes win at 1-5. Strikes the front now for Gingras. Teacher watching now with Notorious Pink second, a gap of 3 to Summering third, followed by Katie Faye Hanover. Sweet Ron is fifth as the pace picking up now as they head around the turn. Double off the wall, well back from the cover, sixth, as on the inside Jared's Joy struggling. After that, Princess Alexa and Fire Start Hanover. The half 57 and 3, 28 even. The second panel more than a second and a half faster than the first. And right now the lead belongs to JK Always Be a Lady, trying to shake this field, but Notorious Pink is hanging with her at the moment. The rest, however, Summering is about 8 off the pace in third, followed by Katie Faye Hanover, double off the wall, trying to move up fifth. Inside Sweet Ron, further back to Fire Start Hanover, Princess Alexa, and Jared's Joy. Still looking like a 2-horse race, 3/4, 126 even, 28 and 2 on the back. As JK Always Be a Lady is the leader, but still has not been able to shake Notorious Pink way back to double off the wall, and Summering battling for third. Top of the stretch, JK Always Be a Lady. Gingras trying to get more out of her, and Notorious Pink is going to pounce from the pocket. Notorious Pink easily slipping by the heavy favorite here. JK Always Be a Lady pushing back. It's close, but Notorious Pink gets it done. JK Always Be a Lady upset in second, and then close to 10 lengths back to third, and Summering fourth. Was double off the wall, tight at the end, but Notorious Pink wins at 153 and 4.
Yeah, there's an upset. Notorious Pink was 5-2, but just got by a 1-5 favorite. JK Always Be a Lady did have a response when Notorious Pink put a nose in front in mid-stretch, but 4-3 is how they went. All right, back at Parks, post-parade for race number 2 is in progress. Supergirl Power leads the parade. Here's the 2. Ana Last, who's getting bet. Eric Lopez rides back here for trainer Alfredo Velasquez. Was second, but beaten a long way in a race at this level last time out. Savannah's Dream, Luis Rodriguez Castro. This horse has not been closer than 13 lengths back at the wire for a long while. Ask Siri is at even money, coming off a win in a similar spot. Don't touch my stuff. That's the Stripes hunch play, right? Remember that movie? Bill Murray, the late great Warren Oates as Sergeant Hulka. Wasn't that Francis, right? You touch my stuff, I'll kill you. Pastiche. Tis a Date went through. Sunfest on the outside. Victor Rosales there at 12-1. That's the field for race number 2. Oh, scratch the 6. Pastiche. 7 will go, and the clock shows 0 minutes to post, but you've clearly got a couple of minutes to get a bet down on race number 2 at Parks. Oh, so when Sal sent me that tweet reminding me that it was Leo's birthday, I had to read to the end of the tweet, but I need to wish a belated happy birthday to somebody else that we all know, and that's Matt Dinnerman, the voice of racing at Golden Gate Fields. Matt's birthday was yesterday. So, Matt, happy birthday to you. If any of you out there know Matt, I have no reason to believe that he pays any attention to these shows on Monday and Tuesday, and that just demonstrates what a smart guy he is. But any of you who know him, pass it along that I say happy birthday. If you want to follow Matt Dinnerman on Twitter, you can. 3 Colts Handicap. That's his Twitter handle. The number 3 Colts, C-O-L-T-S, Handicap. There you go. Coming up on race number 3 at Belterra, which is a state-bred, non-winners of 3 other than allowance event. I'm out. I'm out of the pick 4 courtesy of that 10-to-1 shot in race number 2. In this race, I was going to be 4, 5, 6. So, again, the obvious choices. 7-to-5 favorite in there is the 4, Cataphract. Okay, look, Cataphract is, I mean, talk about a long layoff. Cataphract raced on the 15th of April, 2017. Was not seen on the racetrack again until mid-March of this year. That's almost 3 years on the sidelines, and has come back and won back-to-back races by a combined 12.25 lengths. So well done to owner and trainer Michael Baird for having that kind of patience and getting that horse ready to rock again. Cataphract currently favored at Belterra. Here at Parks, our favorite is the 4, Ask Siri. Came back in a non-winners of 2 under these conditions on June the 30th, and under Adam Bowman, won by better than 6 lengths. Now stretches out, goes slightly up the class ladder, but that was a powerful effort on June 30th. So I got no knocks on Ask Siri other than a short price. Here's Keith Jones with the live call of race 2.
Last one will be Sunfest. They're in the gate. And they're off. And the last breaks well from the inside and is hustling out of there. Tis a Date steps out from the outside. So those two vying for the lead for the first turn. Sunfest far outside has come on to be third. That group is followed next by Don't Touch My Stuff in fourth. Down at the inside, Supergirl Power comes on. And then it's farther back to Ask Siri and Savannah's Dream. So Anna Lass will take a clear lead to the back stretch. With 6 furlongs to go, it's Anna Lass almost 2 lengths in front. Tis a Date is second by a neck. At the inside, Supergirl Power is third by 2. Sunfest gets a nudge to get closer fourth. Don't Touch My Stuff with 5 furlongs to go. Has just about 5 to make up. After that comes the favorite Ask Siri, who's now down to 3 to 5. And running better than 6 lengths back, approaching the half-mile pole. Not much yet from long shot Savannah's Dream. 47-3, that uncontested half-mile for Anna Lass, who heads to the far turn, extending that lead to almost 3.5 lengths now. Tis a Date to this point has not been able to close that gap. Don't Touch My Stuff to the outside comes on third. Ask Siri, try to pick it up between horses. Supergirl Power is down at the inside. Right now it's all Anna Lass. She comes to the quarter pole and is rolling along with almost a 5-length lead. Ask Siri, coming on between horses, but she still has a lot of work to do. Supergirl Power is at the inside. Tis a Date has weakened to fourth as they get set for the last furlong. It's Anna Lass in front, but Ask Siri is closing in now. Ask Siri gaining on the outside. Anna Lass just a length in front. Ask Siri continues to close. Final 16th, Ask Siri strikes the front. Anna Lass now second with Supergirl Power third. It will be Ask Siri. Ask Siri goes on to win it by a length and a half. Anna Lass was second, then Supergirl Power, and Don't Touch My Stuff.
4215 is unofficial. Those who backed odds-on favorite Ask Siri may have felt a little bit anxious at about the half-mile pole. She was still well off the pace, but in a way, this run kind of mirrors what she did last time out. Sort of unhurried early. She had plenty in the tank there. Adam Bowman working out the trip there, and that is back-to-back scores now for that 4-year-old filly by Union Rags. Well done to trainer Harold Wiley and owners, the Emerald Racing Stable LLC. 4215, 3 to 5 on the very sharp Ask Siri. Back to Belterra Park for race number 3. Yeah, not a whole lot to choose from here. Parimutually, we talked about Cataphract. I made the case for Tiger Trail, and make the rider there, Rafael Mojica. Pick up now for him. Yeah, I like the comeback race for Tiger Trail on June 11th. The winner was just much the best there, Dare Day, who came back to win again. I haven't talked much about Da Dude. Da Dude is another horse who is second back off of freshening and won with ease in the comeback race. The comeback race was at Belterra on June 16th. It was Da Dude's first try at Belterra. He was part of an entry that was favored at 2-5. He tracked the early pace, drew off to win by nearly 7 lengths. Now, those were non-winners of 3 lifetimes, so he retains the eligibility for this non-winners of 3 other than condition. I mean, take your pick. 6-5, 2-1, 5-2. I think all 3 of your betting choices make sense. All 3 of the others are at double-digit odds. Let's go to Belterra for race number 3.
Waiting on Cataphract, and on the outside, Cat's Rhythm. And waiting on Cat's Rhythm, steps up, goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Casamount comes out swinging. Cataphract right on the outside, shoulder to shoulder. And it's Casamount, a half length to the good. Cataphract lays in second. A length and a half back to Da Dude. Ransom the Bulls right to his shoulder to the inside. A half length back to Tiger Trail and trailing the field. That is Cat's Rhythm as they run down the backstretch. On the lead, Casamount. Now on the outside, Cataphract brings the heat. Only a half length out of it. Another length and a half back to Da Dude. And Sonny Leone just waiting to push the button. 3 lengths back. We got Ransom the Bull being passed on the outside by Cat's Rhythm as they round the far turn. Opening quarter, 22-3. Cataphract and McKee now has it by a head. Company's coming. Here comes Da Dude on the outside as they set down for the stretch drive. It's Cataphract closest to the rail. McKee now goes to work on the outside. Da Dude just picking him up and laying it down. Center of the track, Cat's Rhythm from the back of the pack. But it's Cataphract with the lead on top by 2.5. It's Da Dude laying in second. Center of the track, Cat's Rhythm, one final try. But this one's over above the crying. It's Cataphract and John McKee.
Four, 6, 7 is unofficial, and the beat goes on for Cataphract. I mean, just a different racehorse, Cataphract. Look, he wasn't bad when he was racing in 2017. Cataphract was an easy maiden winner at Mahoning Valley. A couple of good second-place finishes, ran 4th in a stakes race, but then he goes to the sidelines for 3 years. You don't know what to expect, and what you get is a horse that has ripped off 3 consecutive victories. He may have run out of allowance conditions, but maybe stakes. Up next for Cataphract, he is razor sharp. 4, 6, 7 is how they went. We're taking a break. We'll come back with those prices, go back to Fort Erie for their second race. This is Television Games.
Are you or a loved one between the ages of 50 to 80 years old? If you are younger than 80 years old, do you receive Social Security, disability, or Medicare? If you answered yes, you may qualify for $30,000 in funeral insurance for only pennies a day. The average funeral costs around $11,000, and Social Security only pays $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the balance. Call now to see if you qualify for $30,000 in funeral expense coverage from Senior Legacy Life. Your rate will never increase, your benefits will never decrease, and there is no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing disease or illness. Don't be a financial burden to your family. Lock in your rate by completing an application over the phone right now. Will you qualify for funeral insurance up to $30,000 for only pennies a day? Find out for free by calling Senior Legacy Life.
Call 1-800-600-4492. That's 1-800-600-4492. 1-800-600-4492.
Hey guy. Hi there. Welcome to HIMS.
Should have done it years ago, and I feel like the young stud that I always imagined I was.
Outstanding product. Works above and beyond our expectations.
This has been a life changer, even in just a few weeks.
Featured in GQ, Playboy, and Men's Health.
Find out what all the buzz is about. Go to 4hims.com/ed and get started with a free online visit while supplies last.
The
Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Run Happy Met Mile. And Instilled Regard is putting in a late run. They come for the wire. Instilled Regard got there.
Coming past the 16th pole, Uncle Chuck racing away from 1,000 Words. Uncle Chuck by 3.
Underway. On the inside, come on over. Hanover steps out early. Center of the check, Ginger Tree Knox is leaving. Far outside, Mystical King is there as well. Slight lead in between Ginger Tree Knox, also coming up there after work in fourth, moving towards the front. By a half, Hanover is fifth, and another length and a half to sixth and Circuit Party, followed by Keep the Tab. Hanover Z sets the pace eighth, and Plumville Prince after the break is the trailer. Mystical King able to make the front end from the far outside post. They wheel around the turn and hit the quarter-mile marker, 29 even, as now the freshman male trotters take their turn, and Mystical King leading the way for Marcus Miller. Ginger Tree Knox has a loose pocket spot. Following there in third is After Work making his debut. Then it's Come On Over Hanover fourth. Another two back to fifth, and By a Half Hanover, and a bigger gap to sixth. Then Keep the Tab Hanover. Seventh is Z Sets the Pace. Plumville Prince, the 2-to-1 favorite, is eighth right now after the earlier break, and also off stride went Circuit Party, so he's the deep trailer. And so Mystical King makes his way to the half mile in 59-3, 30-3 second panel. For the moment, Mystical King is the instigator, but a quick move from third now by After Work, trying to reel in the leader there, and Yannick Gingras has this one on the march. Pocket seat still for McCarthy with Ginger Tree Knox. Another length and a half to Come On Over Hanover fourth. By a half, Hanover starts to move a bit more alertly fifth. Then on the inside, Keep the Tab Hanover. Further back to Z Sets the Pace, Plumville Prince, and Circuit Party way back. Slight lead for Mystical King. After Work applying serious pressure. 3/4 reached 129-2. That's 29 4/5 on the back. Mystical King has been there since the jump. After Work trying to slip past on the outside. And Ginger Tree Knox has dropped back 2.5 away in third. Up on the outside, fourth By a Half Hanover. Top of the stretch. Showdown now between Mystical King on the inside. After Work on the outside. Slight lead still for Mystical King. After Work trying to wear him down. By a Half Hanover with a belated move. Mystical King holding tight. After Work will not get past Mystical King, or will he? Ooh, tight at the end. Picture for the win between Mystical King and After Work. Does look like Mystical King holds on, but let's wait for the judges to make sure there. By a Half Hanover was third, and Ginger Tree Knox fourth. Again, photo for the win in 1:59 flat.
Looked like 9-7-1. As soon as we see numbers there at Pocono, we will pass them along. Back at Fort Erie, horses are at the starting point for race number 2. It's an $8,000 claiming event, non-winners of 2 races lifetime. Fillies and mares 3 and up to go 3/4 of a mile. No scratches here. 5-horse field. Your favorite is the 4 Romantic Gizmo. Melanie Pinto rides this 3-year-old filly. This will be her first try at Fort Erie.
They're off. And they came out in a really good straight line there. Very little separation. Stella Terra, then Kinzua, Romantic Gizmo, Ready and Willing. And along the inside was Wedding Ring. Last away, Stella Terra now backs off. And it's left up to Romantic Gizmo and Ready and Willing. The top 2 choices, they are tracked very intently by Kinzua. Scraping paint down there, in on the fence in a snug spot. Wedding Ring is right there, bang up fourth on the outside. And 2 more to Stella Terra. Into the turn, Romantic Gizmo opening 2. Kinzua comes on through. Ready and Willing was caught wide and a little wider. Wedding Ring and then Stella Terra. So the top end target is Romantic Gizmo. 22-4. Romantic Gizmo will try to seal the deal as they come down inside the quarter pole. It's Romantic Gizmo and Kinzua giving good pursuit now. Stella Terra is the fresh legs out of the backfield and sets sail on the extreme outside. overtaking Wedding Ring and A Hard Spent Ready and Willing. Almost there, time for Romantic Gizmo. Romantic Gizmo has bottomed the field out and runs off to a wide open lengths win. Romantic Gizmo in the end off at 1-2. Over Kinzua. Stella Terra third, Ready and Willing was fourth, Wedding Ring last to finish. Romantic Gizmo 111 1/5 for the 6 furlongs.
If you backed odds-on favorite Romantic Gizmo in race number 2 at Fort Erie, you never had an anxious moment. That's jockey Melanie Pinto looking back, seeing that there is no competition. She goes to the mild handride. You can see her kind of rein the horse back a little bit there. Sure, why not? You're winning easily. Save something. Stick has long since been put away. 4-3-2. Romantic Gizmo wins in a canter in race number 2 at Fort Erie. We're taking a break. We will come back with lots more live racing when Television Games continues.
Pain, swelling, stiffness. When your hands hurt, you can't function. Until now. Introducing the new Copperfit compression gloves with sure grip technology to give you more power, more control, and more agility than ever. Our most advanced copper-infused compression fabric woven into an ultra-lightweight performance glove that fits like a second skin to support relief and recovery of sore muscles and painful joint stiffness. And new sure grip bands built in to provide a strong, non-slip grip for more power and control.
You need total control of your hands when you're doing anything with construction. Your hands are your livelihood. The Copperfit gloves are great. The grip is outstanding here with these different ribs. It makes my hand a lot more usable. It just feels like you're just ready to start the job.
The gloves have been a game changer for me. They help with flexibility and pain and soreness. They allow me to do my job even better.
Breathable wicking fabric with an open finger design for full range of motion, feel, and control.
They relieve my pain. When I grab something, I'm not in pain. The support or whatever magic these things do, I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter to me what it is, it works.
I get a lot of pain, and it can make it difficult to do the smallest thing. While I'm wearing this, I do not have any pain. I can use it on the keyboard, I can use my phone, I drive with it, I sleep with it. I love this glove.
The new Copperfit compression gloves with sure grip technology. Relief from painful muscle and joint soreness. Guaranteed or your money back. Call 1-800-298-9363 or on the web at getcopperfitgloves.com for only $19.99. Order right now and your shipping is free.
I've tried it, I use it, I know it works.
Copperfit gloves definitely just make my life better.
I've used Copperfit before. This has helped my hands so much. These things work.
Feel better with copper-infused compression. Ask for it by name. Copperfit compression gloves.
TVG Mondays through Wednesdays. Watch and wager on thoroughbred racing from Lone Star Park. Gate to wire action with expert selections at TVG.com. Lone Star Park Mondays through Wednesdays. First post 2:35 Eastern, 11:35 Pacific.
Hey guy, welcome to HIMS.
Should have done it years ago, and I feel like the young stud that I always imagined I was.
Outstanding product. Works above and beyond our expectations.
Go to forhims.com/ED and get started with a free online visit.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. Attention ovarian cancer victims. Johnson & Johnson has stopped production of their talc-based baby powder in North America. Johnson & Johnson knew for decades about many medical studies linking long-term use of talc-based baby powder to ovarian cancer, but never added warning labels to product packaging or ads. If you were diagnosed with ovarian cancer after regularly using baby powder, you may have a case. The number of lawsuits involving Johnson & Johnson has increased with significant talcum powder verdicts, including a landmark verdict of $4.7 billion to 22 women in 2018. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with ovarian cancer and regularly used baby powder, you may be entitled to compensation.
Call Sokolov Law now. 1-800-262-9583 for your free legal consultation. Call 1-800-262-9583. That's 1-800-262-9583. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
When Liberty Run by Run Happy won a maiden special weight race, he did so winning by 6 lengths.
It's Liberty Run, a son of Run Happy. Liberty Run dominates in his debut.
If you're Run Happy, Colt or Philly wins a maiden special weight race at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you'll receive a $100,000 Run Happy bonus. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. Television Games continues on a Tuesday. Horses in the paddock for race number 3 at Parks. Starter allowance event, 5.5 furlongs the distance, fillies and mares 3 and up. It's really a $5,000 non-winners of 2, time restricted, but no one's up for sale. Scratch the 2 Knockout Kid and the 3 La Candalita. And Manhattan Mikey wants into the conversation. Let's hear what he's got to say. He says, after tweeting out yet another runner-up yesterday at Delaware, I will try to redeem myself today at Parks in race number 3, going with the 4-horse Little Miss Business. Claimed by Patricia Farrow back in January, looks like a few will be going for the front. Horse has the ability to close them down. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. Little Miss Business has won 2 of her last 3. Both of those were against open $5,000 claimers. Very popular at the claim box, Little Miss Business. In her last 12 starts, let's see, she's been up for sale 11 times and was claimed 6 times. So 6 out of her last 11. But she's not up for sale today, right? Under normal circumstances, she would be in this spot. Carol Cedeno rides for Patricia Farrow, and Cedeno is the last jockey to have taken Little Miss Business to the winner's circle. Mikey, 5-1. I think that's square. I think that's an okay price. Oh, sorry, it's not Cedeno. Sorry. I just now saw the jockey change. Edwin Rivera. Edwin Rivera picked up the mount on Little Miss Business. This may have much to do with the point that I was making earlier on. We just may see a lot of rider changes because jockeys are not going to be moving around as much as they normally would. Not saying that's necessarily the case here, but I think this has something to do with the number of rider changes that we are seeing. There's another pickup mount in this race, the 8-horse Love on Fire. Jose Ferrer was named. It will be Frankie Pennington. All right, that was Mikey's pick, Little Miss Business. Here's the 5. Attaboy Girl, currently 10-1. Wilfredo Garcia. Yeah, that's the Wilfredo Garcia is the 7-pound bug that had his number taken down in the race that caused a little controversy yesterday. Spanky at 8-5, coming off an easy win in a race that she might have needed a little bit on June 23rd. Up the ladder she goes for trainer Lewis Linder, and there's Frankie Pennington picking up the mount on Love on Fire, coming out of the Alfredo Velasquez barn, and currently an 8-5 co-favorite. So a field of 6 remains, and we're just a couple minutes away from post time for race number 3 at Parks. So let's take another quick break. We'll come back and show you this race from Parks. Got a lot more to come from Fort Erie, Indiana Grand, coming up shortly.
Villains, robbers, bandits, crooks, they're all over your TV screen. But the biggest thieves are behind your screen. I'm talking about the cable companies. They charge monthly subscriptions, fees, rentals, and force you to take long-term contracts. Well, it's time to say goodbye to the cable guy. because now you can watch 4K Ultra HD broadcast TV for free. Introducing Clear TV's new 4K Ultra HD design, the Premium HD. Just plug it into your TV and start watching for free. You will instantly receive top-rated network shows, local news and weather, sporting events, and even Ultra HD 4K broadcast shows, all for free. Thanks to federal government mandate, all broadcasters are required to transmit a digital TV signal through the airwaves. The new Premium Clear TV lets you bypass cable or satellite to bring network and 4K broadcast shows directly to your television. Retract the antenna to keep it small or extend them for maximum reception.
Setup was so easy. I took my Clear TV antenna, plugged it into the back of the TV, and now I can watch my favorite broadcast channels anywhere in the house for free.
We're just off the coast here in the Gulf of Mexico receiving free network broadcast HD TV. Imagine all the free shows you'll receive at home.
Basic cable and satellite services can cost you up to $80 a month. That's $960 a year and almost $10,000 over a 10-year period. Watch TV in as many rooms as you like with no additional monthly fees. Stop spending money you don't have to spend. Call or go online now and get your premium Clear TV 4K Ultra HD antenna for only $19.95. It's backed by our 60-day money-back guarantee. Order now and you can add a second Clear TV free. Just pay separate processing and handling. That's a $40 value for only $19.95.
I can't believe I get all these channels for free. Plus 4K Ultra HD, Clear TV is for real.
And we're back. Horses getting closer to the starting point for race number 3 at Parks. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance here. Betting action towards the outside. We talked about Mikey's pick, Little Miss Business, who's still holding as the third choice in the wagering at 9-2. Spanky coming off that big win and was favored to do so. Spanky on June 23rd was making her first start in almost 5 months. Quickly got to the front end under jockey Angel Castillo, drew off to win by 8.5 lengths. That buyer figure of 71 wouldn't need to do much better than that to be a factor here. Then you got Love on Fire, the horse to the outside, who's the well-backed second choice at 9-5, picking up Frankie Pennington, coming out of the Alfredo Velasquez barn. 9 career victories, all on this main track at Parks. And some of the races you see in Love on Fire's recent past performances, those are like the more conventional starter allowance races that we're used to seeing at Parks. So what I would say is, despite the fact that Love on Fire was a beaten favorite in a race that she probably needed on June 22nd, some of her races towards the end of 2019, those were probably substantially tougher fields. So she's got some solid form to run back to if she is up to the task in here. We go to Keith Jones for the load and call. This is race number 3 on a Tuesday at Parks on an 11-race program.
Here in the gate. And they're off. Miss Starlow breaks sharply from that inside gate. Outside speed from Spanky. Attaboy Girl is right there between those two. So here comes the Attaboy Girl to take on Spanky. Those two head to the half-mile pole head to head. Just in behind them is Take Me Home. Moving up outside now, Love on Fire. After that, it's another link back to Little Miss Business, who improves down at the inside. Miss Starlow quickly shuffles back to last. Spanky, a neck in front with 3 gates to go. That Attaboy Girl stays up there on her inside. It's just a length and a half. Back to Love on Fire, who's on the outside third by 2.5. Little Miss Business and Take Me Home have both lost ground coming to the quarter pole. The trailer is still Miss Starlow.
Spanky in charge at the top of the stretch. Spanky turns for home and gets clear by 2.5 by 3. Love on Fire is on the outside, driving second. On the inside now, That a Boy Girl has dropped back to third. Take Me Home is fourth. It's Spanky who has the lead. They come to deep stretch. Spanky strides away by 3.5, almost 4. It's Spanky. Spanky was sharp today, coming home a clear cut. Third race winner. Love on Fire was second. After that, That a Boy Girl and a photo for fourth.
785 and a photo. Here's a very formful result. Spanky got bet down to odds-on favoritism at 4-5, but this race is over. Yeah, as soon as Spanky put away That a Boy Girl, he was gone. He's a tail swisher. See that? Every time Angel Castillo applies the stick, Spanky bashes that tail. Don't do that. Trying as hard as I can. 785 and a photo is unofficial in race number 3 at Parks. Let's return to Cincinnati. Race number 4 at Bell. Yeah, 1-9. Well, I knew that 5-2, the morning line on Crazy Sexy Money, was not going to hold, but come on. All right. I guess it's a good thing that I'm out of the pick 4. Otherwise, I would have to deal with the shame of having singled a 1-9 shot. Let me see what that pick 4 is going to pay. If your favorite wins here, the 50-cent pick 4 comes back $16.60. Crazy Sexy Money. And you know, when I see a 1-9 shot, the next thing I have to do is check the show pool. And as of right now, the bridge jumpers are not taking the bait. Yeah. This is 5-pound apprentice Crystal Conning riding Crazy Sexy Money for trainer Billy Morey. Now Morey has used conning with some success, but goodness gracious. So here's a 5-pound apprentice that I've only seen a little bit of. But for all of 2020, Crystal Conning shows 17% strike rate. And at Belterra Park, as of the printing of my past performances, she shows 39%. 9 for 23. So somebody or somebodies is putting this young apprentice rider up on a whole lot of live horses. I always enjoy that. I always enjoy finding an apprentice jockey that I think has a lot of ability and is kind of following them as they go. Yarmari Correa is an apprentice jockey I like quite a bit. And now I'm starting to watch jockey Theron Peterson, an apprentice rider whose agent just happens to be the great Julie Crone. So that's kind of fun. This is Crystal Conning. You know, and Billy Morey is hitting it about 30% at this meeting, 24% for the year. You know, these guys are not in the charity business, right? I'm sure all these trainers like to have a skilled rider who is also going to give them the weight break. Sure, that's attractive. But first things first, you got to make sure you put your legging up a rider who can deliver the goods. Yeah, Yarmari Correa, she's doing her thing up at Thistle, if you wonder where she's riding. Crazy Sexy Money 1-5. I was only ever considering the 2 and the 3. Let's see who else is getting bet. The second choice here at 6-1 is the 4, War Eagles Love. Okay. She was away for 3 months prior to her race at Belterra on June 24th. It was a race at this level of competition, and she attended the early pace, middle moved, hit the front, held to be a clear-cut second best. The reason that I didn't include her on the ticket was that the horse she ran behind that day was the 3, Yes, I'm Evil, who scratched. I didn't see War Eagle's Love turning the tables on Yes, I'm Evil, but I guess she kind of makes sense if you simply cannot abide the short price favorite. War Eagle's Love is coming off a pretty good race at this level. It's the 4th from Belterra Park. Let's get out there for the load and call.
Here for the Marcus O'Donnell barn, waiting on Cora Ann. She steps up. They're at the post. And they're off. Cora Ann off just a beat slow. Fiddly down along the inside. We're going to have Crazy Sexy Money. War Eagle's Love makes her way through as they make their way into the first turn. Now on the outside, Fun Sucker won in the lead and now owns it by a length and a half. Crazy Sexy Money lays in second. To the outside, that is War Eagle's Love in the third spot. 2 more lengths back. We got Kimberly Dream in the orange silks. Down on the inside, that is Flash and Dance in the green silks. A length and a half back to Spirit in the black cap, and 6 to the trailer. That is Cora Ann as they run down the back stretch. Now on the lead, it was Fun Sucker, and Fun Sucker's overtaken by Crazy Sexy Money. And Crazy Sexy Money is now a solid length and a tail to the good. Fun Sucker lays in second. A length back, we got War Eagle's Love. Down on the inside, we got Flash and Dance coming right up the inside. Outside, Kimberly Dream now called upon. Kimberly Dream starts to move. 3 more lengths back to Spirit, and trailing the field, that is Cora Ann. Opening quarter on the board of 24 and 2. And it's Crazy Sexy Money on top by 3. 3 lengths back. That's Fun Sucker. Outside, Kimberly Dream and Lagunas now underway. Down on the inside, War Eagle's Love as they set down for the stretch drive. A half on the board of 49 and 2. Crazy Sexy Money and Conning going to that right-handed stick. Owns it now by a length and a half. Down on the inside, War Eagle's Love. Outside, that's Kimberly Dream. But Crazy Sexy Money has the lead. Looking for the wire. In deep inside the final 16th pole. Crazy Sexy Money, 1-9. Did not disappoint today. Running second, that's going to be War Eagle's Love over Kimberly Dream.
2, 4, 7 is unofficial. Well, listen, if 5-pound apprentice Crystal Conning is going to get legged up on a bunch of horses that are towering over their fields, you're going to win a whole lot of races. 2, 4, 7. Look, if you're good enough to beat starter allowance horses at Churchill Downs by 7 lengths and then come back to run third in an open first level allowance at Churchill Downs, you're going to be a heavy favorite at Belterra Park. 1-9 on your winner. Those prices to come. Okay, let's get our first look at what's happening at Indiana Grand. They're fast and firm. I assume. I did not see official track conditions. Can you see those, Brian? Do you see Okay, fast and firm Indiana Grand. Okay, so race number 1, state bred, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds. Now, race number 3 today, state bred, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds. Is that right? Oh, these are the fillies. Yes. Race number 1, fillies. Race number 3, boys. Okay. I like races like this. You know me. I just like races full of first-time starters and digging into pedigrees and yada, yada, yada. Rachel likes the 2. Passing on by. All right, that was our morning line favorite. Yeah, Gennaro Garcia sends out Passing on By. 2-year-old filly by Pass Rush. The mare here, this pulpit mare, Mardi Gras Indy, has 3 siblings to have made the races, and they're combined 1 for 19. I like the work tab. And here's something else. I say this all the time. When you're looking at a work tab, you've got to contextualize it. You have to put it in the context of what that barn tends to do. So Passing on By shows me 6 works in preparation for her debut today. 5 of them are gate works. Now, that's something that I know some handicappers take a dim view of, and you can understand that. It's typical to see a first-time starter with a gate drill, maybe a couple of gate drills, but when you start to see 3, 4, 5 gate drills, I think it's logical, if you're a handicapper, to infer that maybe this horse has some issues at the gate, which is why they keep sending the horse to the gate for those breezes. But I looked up some of Gennaro Garcia's recent first-time starters that ran well. This is typical. This is pretty typical, this abundance of gate drills. The same is true for trainer Paul Holthus, who sends out the 3 Miss Devious. Now, I'm going to go 3 deep here. I will use Passing On By. I will use the 3 Miss Devious, and I'll make my top pick the 5 Starlet Express. I'm surprised this horse is 7-2. 2-1 was the morning line. I think that made a whole lot of sense. Here's the deal with Starlet Express. Trainer Bernie Flint is going to have an uncoupled entry in both of our 2-year-old maiden special weight races today at Indiana Grand. He's got a couple of horses that are not coupled for parimutuel purposes in race number 3. And you can see that both Starlet Express and America Rules, the 2 Bernie Flint first-time starters, they're bred by and owned by the same group, the LTB Inc. operation. So clearly in Indiana, that kind of overlapping ownership does not require coupling for parimutuel purposes. I much prefer the 5 here, Starlet Express, and here is why. Here's a 2-year-old filly by the Unbridled Song Stallion, Unbridled Express, out of a Mutakdim mare named Miss Carmelite. Now, Mutakdim was a nice racehorse. He was a son of Seeking the Gold. This mare is by Mutakdim out of a Lord at War mare, the late Lord at War. Starlet Express, this first-time starter, has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 full siblings. Okay, so this mare, Miss Carmelite, she's really familiar with the stallion Unbridled Express. She sees him virtually every year. And this mare drops runner after runner after runner. Let me just track you through some of the full siblings. The best of them was a horse named Unbridled Class. 10-time winner, earned about $400,000. Same connections. 2-time stakes winner. Express Model, a multiple winner. Broke maiden in her second start, so there was some precocity there. Ace of Aces, full sibling. Won 5 of 8. Second in debut, then won her next 4 starts. On and on it goes, right? So on pedigree, we've got Bernie Flint, who does well with first-time starters. That's my top pick. Let me go over to the 3 briefly here, Miss Devious. Now, Paul Holthus, on the other end of the spectrum, does not do particularly well with first-time starters, or at least has not lately. If you're looking at daily racing form, past performances, it's going to show you 0 for 12 with firsters. So I go to Formulator, I get the 5-year view. Over the last 5 years, trainer Paul Holthus is 2 for 30 with first-time starters, and his last one was in mid-September of 2015. However, see, I'm a glass half full guy. I'm trying to find the silver lining. From his last 11 first-time starters, Paul Holthus has put 4 horses in the exacta, and another one finished 3rd. So these horses are running, or at least many of them are. That in and of itself might not be enough to get me on board with Miss Devious, but I want to point this out. Miss Devious is a 2-year-old filly by the Sky Mesa stallion Skylord out of an Arch mare named Meaner Than You. Meaner Than You was 2 for 15 in her racing career, but Miss Devious has a full sibling. This was a horse named Rampage, who won the first 2 starts of his career by a combined 9 3/4 lengths. So he beat Indiana bred maiden specials, and then he beat open first-level allowance horses. But here are the pros and cons. That horse, Rampage, was trained by Ethan West, right? This one is trained by Paul Holthus, who hasn't had a first out winner in a long while. Pros and cons, I'm going to put the horse on the ticket because of the pedigree pop. That's what I'm doing in race number 1. Race number 2 is a starter allowance at 5.5 furlongs. I'm going to lean on 2 horses in there. I mentioned I had a race where 2 horses qualified on the same handicapper's toolbox angle. Here we go. The 3-horse Odie and the 6-horse Ace Destroyer both made their first ever starts at Indiana Grand in their most recent races, and they both won for fun. So we're going up the ladder with those 2 horses. I'll make Ace Destroyer my top pick. This horse is 3-1 on the morning line. That might come down, because Ace Destroyer, in his first try at Indiana Grand on June 30th, drew off to win by 14 lengths as a 1-2 favorite against condition 5,000 claimers, put up a Beyer figure of 85. Not only is that the best last race Beyer figure in the field, that number is higher than any number that anybody else in this field has ever earned. So unless you think it was a fluke, or unless you think he's going to bounce, unless you think the class hike is too steep, Ace Destroyer looms for me the horse to beat. But I'll put Odie on the ticket, because Odie, in his first ever start at Indiana Grand, drew off to win by 7.5 lengths. So up the ladder is the angle we apply. Race number 3 is the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding state-bred maiden special weight race, also 5 furlongs. I'm going to go 3 deep in there. The 2 King of the Rainbow, because Brad Cox. How are you going to leave Brad Cox out? That's your 6-5 morning line favorite and Rachel's selection. I will also throw on a couple of options there. I will use the 6, that is Actuality, first-time starter for trainer Bernie Flint. I want to point something else out. In both races 1 and 3, the Bernie Flint uncoupled entry, one of the horses has been prepping at Churchill and the other one at Indiana. Now, I'm not quite sure what to make of that, but there's a little voice in the back of my head saying the one at Churchill probably should get a little extra preference, right? I'm just thinking, if he ever had in mind, and maybe he didn't, but if he ever had in mind to debut those horses at Churchill as opposed to Indiana Grand, that might tell you something about how he feels about them. That's strictly a guess. But I will use the 6 Actuality, and I will use the 7 Bets Down, Let's Ride, coming out of the Cipriano Contreras barn. And in fact, that one is my top selection. Manny Esquivel has the call. I like the work tab. Very, very regular work tab, not particularly flashy. But Contreras, from his last 7 first-time starters, and this is not something the barn does often. He's only had 9 first-time starters going back to 2017. From his last 7, he's got 2 wins and 2 seconds. So these horses are firing. 3 deep in race number 3. If I get through to race number 4, this is a good one. If you want a fun race to handicap, take a look at race number 4. Open first-level allowance optional claiming event for the Turf Sprinters. And I'm going to use 4 horses in there. I keep looking at my dead Belterra ticket. No, this is Indiana Grand. 4 horses. I'm going to use the 3 Tohui, who was really good, really sharp on the turf early in his career. He lost his rider leaving the gate last time out, but that was a race that came off the turf anyway. So he's got some back form to reach for. I'm going to make my top pick the 4-horse Roger Brown. Now, there may be too much pace in here for Roger Brown, but man, he is fast from the blocks. And by the way, 5/8 is his trip. He wants no part of 5.5 or anything beyond. 5/8 is his trip so Roger Brown is 11 for 29 coming in. 8 of those wins have been on the turf, and I'm pretty sure all 8 have been at this same 5 furlong distance. From his 29 career starts, how fast is this guy from the blocks? He has led for at least a half mile 17 times. So if you outrun Roger Brown for the early lead, you're moving right along. I'll take a shot as a top pick with that guy on the front end. I'm going to use the 5 Liberal Lunacy, who makes sense as an off-the-pace threat for Paul Holthus, and all the way to the outside, I'm going to use Dance Proudly, who might sit exactly the right kind of trip and get first run on the deeper closers. 3, 4, 5, 12. And I got to tell you, can you put that field up again, Brian, for race number 4? Did I see the Rachel check mark next to the horse on the rail? Boa Nova? Yeah, I tell you what, she might be onto something, quite frankly. If you've got deeper pockets, take a look at that horse. I really wrestled with Boa Nova. That's another very, very fast racehorse, Boa Nova. This is going to be only the second time that he's tried Indiana Grand, and the first time out, not only was he up against second-level allowance horses, which are probably too much for him right now, but he couldn't get to the front end. And he has the look of the kind of horse that gets a little bit dispirited if he doesn't lead. He's one of the few horses in here that have at least a puncher's chance of outrunning Roger Brown for the early lead. And if he gets out there, maybe he gets brave. Look who he faced 2 starts back in a turf sprint at Gulfstream Park. That was his seasonal debut. He was up against Pay Any Price. You cannot outrun Pay Any Price in the opening quarter mile. And Boa Nova did not. But if he makes the front end today, he could take that field quite a distance. That was an interesting pick 4. You know, I'll probably get blown out in the first leg, but my, it was fun to handicap. And we got horses on the track for race number 1. State-bred, maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies. There goes the 4, Dance Money. Santos Sanjur riding there for Jonathan Nance. The 5, Starlet Express. That's the one with all the full siblings. Many, many, many. They just keep going back to the well. And why not? It's worked out. And there's the other Bernie Flint horse, America Rules, also by Unbridled Express. This one out of a Forest Wildcat mare. I'll point this out. The mare was a 3-time winner, but won her debut. Also for Bernie Flint. Does have a full sibling, America Rules, a horse named Express Win, who broke her maiden, or his maiden, in career start number 2 against state-bred, Indiana-bred maiden specials. So that horse not without a chance. Here's a good look at the 2 passing on by. Gennaro Garcia sends out that daughter of Pass Rush. This one, passing on by, is a half-sister to a horse named Lookin' at Justice, who's by Lookin' at Lucky. 6 for 25. And it looks to me that, no, I'm sorry. Wait, forget what I just said. What I meant to tell you was that Gennaro Garcia won with a first-time starter named Lookin' at Justice on June 25th. That's what I meant to say. I can't read my own notes. Gennaro Garcia won with a first-time starter, Lookin' at Justice, on June 25th. And it looks to me, if this is of any value to you, that the June 19th work for Passing On By, that 35-3, breezing from the gate drill on June 19th, looks to me as though that might have been a company work with Lookin' at Justice. And the reason I was pointing out the number of gate drills, that first out winner for Gennaro Garcia, Lookin' at Justice, also had 4 consecutive gate drills prior to a winning debut. See, that's why I'm okay with that kind of work tab, because the trainer has used it to good advantage in the past. 2, 3, 5 for me, and it looks as though for most people. Co-favorites here in the opener at Indiana Grand. Who else did I have notes on in this field? Okay, we talked about the 3, Miss Devious. The horse on the rail, I Flirt, currently longest price at 15-1. See, now this is a barn. Ronald Brown is having a good year, right? 15% thus far in 2020. That's perfectly respectable, and then some. However, he's won for his last 62 with first-time starters. February 20th of 2016 was the most recent. See, at a certain point, so the daily racing form is showing me 0 for 10. that's not going to necessarily be an impediment to me, but I got to take the longer view. And the 5-year stat doesn't move the meter for me. 1 for 62. All right, we got to get back to Parks for a live race, then we'll return to Indiana Grand. But this is race number 4 from Ben Salem. This is the race where Leo liked the 3-horse, Yes, Ms. Ada. Leo, looking at 7-1. That is solid. Here's Keith Jones.
Pretty cool cat coming up. And the last one will be Big Red 7. They're in the gate. And they're off. Little bobble there at the break for the 4 Flippity Flop. On the outside, it's Heatherly. Between horses, here comes Saratoga by Design. Yes, Miss Ada there on the inside. So they move for the first turn. Yes, Miss Ada. Saratoga by Design, their heads apart. Heatherly will try to settle in behind those two. At the inside, Fleur de Force runs in 4th. It's about 2.5 to Big Red 7 5th. And then it's farther back to Pretty Cool Cat. The trailer is Flippity Flop. They move to the back stretch now. Saratoga by Design on the outside of Yes, Miss Ada. They're still right together up front. They're tracked by Heatherly on the outside. Fleur de Force is 2.5 lengths back, covered up 4th down at the inside. And the 1.5 to Big Red 7 has moved in to be closer 5th. Then it's about 3.5 to Pretty Cool Cat, and not much yet at the back from Flippity Flop. Less than a half mile to go. The opening half was 48-1. Yes, Miss Ada has turned back Saratoga by Design and heads to the far